잠시 안내 말씀드리겠습니다. 원래 2시
Some housekeeping remarks. We were to begin at 2 o'clock. However, due to the backup in the registration process, we will be starting 5 minutes later than scheduled. So we will begin at 2:05. Thank you.
잠시 안내 말씀드리겠습니다.
Some housekeeping remarks. The 2021 International Craft Forum is to commence very shortly. We would like to ask everyone to please come inside and take your seats. Also, to minimize interruptions, we would like to ask you to please either turn off your cellular phones or switch to silent mode. Simultaneous interpretation and sign language interpretation is being provided throughout the forum. Channel 1 is for Korean and Channel 2 is for English. And for those of you who are participating on Zoom, please make sure that you turn on your videos and turn off your voice.
여러분 안녕하십니까?
Good afternoon. My name is Haewon Kang of the Korea Craft and Design Foundation. I will be leading you throughout the forum. Pleased to meet you. First of all, despite COVID-19, thank you very much for your participation both offline and online. The 2021 International Craft Forum is being hosted by the Ministry of Culture, Sports and Tourism and organized by the Korea Craft and Design Foundation. We will take a look at the current status of craft, both home and abroad, as well as symbiosis with other genres such as industry and technology. We will also take a look at ways for development through synergy effects with convergence. We have come up with a program using a mixture of lectures and discussions. Through this forum, under the topic of symbiosis, let us take a look at the future value of craft and culture, as well as the infinite potential for the way forward. We would now like to start the opening ceremony of this international forum. To start the opening ceremony, we would like to invite President Kim Tae-hoon of the Korea Craft and Design Foundation for the opening remarks. Please welcome the President with a big round of applause. Good afternoon. As have been introduced, I am Kim Tae-hoon of the Korea Craft and Design Foundation. We now live in an era of symbiosis. If we take a look at the Middle Ages, at that time the center of the earth was people, and the culture, economy, and environment existed only for people at that time. Now we meet the threat of our very survival. So we see that the pandemic has swept over the global society. And as a reflection to this current situation, we are moving away from being just people-centered, but now we are looking at symbiosis of people, plants, and animals. And we believe that we now need to open an era of living with COVID-19. If we turn our eyes towards craft, it is the same situation. The Korean situation shows that craft is now looking for its own identity, and it has always been at the sidelines of art. Whenever we talked about craft, we always discussed what craft is and why craft is important. But now we are in a position where craft has become an essential part. Along with other forms of art and design, craft has become an important part of not only art but also industry. Now we need to focus on the expansion of craft, as well as the direction for the future. Rather than talking about the sole identity of craft, we need to think about convergence with other forms of art as well as industry to see how it can be expanded and harmonized with other areas. And therefore, at this year's International Craft Forum, I look forward to preparing a new front for craft as an art. At this forum, we have invited members of the academia as well as the industry. We will see that they will continue their dialogue through this forum. We look forward to their insightful dialogue. We would like to take this opportunity to thank our speakers for joining us today, and thank you to the audience who have joined us both online and offline. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much to the President for your support. Another big round of applause, please. Thank you.
이어서 오늘 포럼의
Now we'd like to invite the forum's moderator, Ms. Kim Jung-hwa, who is the former director of Seoul Museum of Craft Art. But before that, allow me to introduce her briefly. She was the first director of the Seoul Museum of Craft and Art, which is Korea's first museum dedicated to craft. And in this capacity, she oversaw the opening of the museum. And while serving as a professor at KAIST Graduate School of Culture Technology, she conducted research in art galleries, exhibition engineering, and digital heritage in the rapidly changing era with advanced digital technology. Currently, she presents innovative ways to introduce digital technologies in museums, gives advices on the creation of museums and galleries, and shares her expertise in exhibition curation. Being an educator and an artist, she has many insights based on her experiences, and she will be the moderator or the guide of today's forum. Then please let's invite Ms. Kim Jung-hwa with a big round of applause.
네, 안녕하십니까.
Good afternoon. As introduced, my name is Kim Jung-hwa. So the theme of the forum today is symbiosis. And I have the honor to be the moderator of this forum. This is the third forum of its kind. And we have done a lot of things to date since COVID-19 online, but today we are able to hold a hybrid forum in which people are participating online and offline, which adds significance to this event. Yesterday, as we've seen in the opening ceremony of the exhibition hall, we have met for the first time in a long time. So it's a great pleasure for us to be able to see each other face to face on occasions like this, the forum and the exhibition. So I would like to thank President Kim Tae-hoon of Kcdf for allowing us of this opportunity. So symbiosis, once again, is the theme of this forum. And it's not just the people in crafts, but in other art fields are here with us today. We will hear lectures from distinguished speakers, and we will also receive questions from the audience, both online and offline, which will facilitate active discussions. Then now, allow me to give you a taste of what will be discussed throughout the forum. So we will be talking about craft, but when we say let's talk about craft, people ask this question, receive the question, what is craft? It's an easy question, but at the same time, it's a difficult question to answer. But the thing is, if you think about it, all our institutions and policies are centered on traditional and modern art and craft and artisans and artists. They're all compartmentalized, and based on this compartmentalization, our policies are being shaped. So people ask this question, where in that area do I belong? That is why they raise the question, what is craft? So this categorization is what makes the difference in art and craft. But these differences, if you think about it, give us and adds more character to this industry. That was the reflection that I had as I prepared for this forum. If I were to talk about some of the attributes of craft, I'm sure many of you have different ideas. For some of you, craft is something that is inherited from the previous generation. It's something that we need to preserve and pass down to the next generation. So in other words, craft is a cultural heritage, but for some other people, craft is something that you need to hone the skills. The process of honing the skill is important in craft. And for some other people, craft is something that allows us to create a better world. And therefore, craft needs to play that role to create a better world. And for some other people, they value the aesthetic aspect of craft that brings style and beauty to our daily life. And for some other people, craft is a DNA that is inherent for everyone. But at the essence of that, the very nature of craft is something that have remained unchanged throughout the human history. But as the production process has changed and with the Industrial Revolution, we raise the questions about what is the true attribute of craft and where do we stand in the craft industry today. So in this digital era in which we are experiencing rapid changes, how have those attributes changed? What direction are they going to? And through convergence, what kind of advancements can we pursue? And this is a forum that addresses all of those questions, and that is why all of you are here today. And we have therefore invited artists and people who do various works in this field to hear their opinions about these questions. And we would like to also hear from people offline and online to add their inputs. And we will take those inputs at heart and make sure that they're reflected in our way forward. So we have 2 sessions today, and in each session we have 3 speakers. First, let's begin the presentation.
테이프를 끊어주시.
The first presenter is artist Lee Kwang-ho. As you're well aware, he majored in metal art, but he doesn't work with metal anymore. He works with knotted cables, and he showed us a new form of structure. He showed us what freedom is, and he showed us how he is able to display innovation through the utilization of new materials. We would now like to invite Mr. Lee Kwang-ho to the stage for his presentation. Please welcome him with a big round of applause.
안녕하세요.
Good afternoon. As have been introduced, I am Lee Kwang-ho. Today, rather than talking about the meaning of my artwork, I would like to focus on materials. I have a set of presentation slides that are focused on images. As you look at these images, I would like to share with you the changes in materials, the way I work with these materials, as well as the possible directions for my future artwork. Let me start with my slides. I have actually categorized my images by year. When I first started to knot cables, it was in 2006. So let me start with the pictures from 2006. I actually majored in metalwork, but I had approached various materials And this was a material that I used because it was easier to work with compared to metal. When I was a student, I also worked with these cables without utilizing tools. And so I wanted to find a material that can be maneuvered without tools. And so that is why I chose this material, cables. And that actually was the beginning of my artwork. I did not start to make something in particular, but I was just testing these materials to see how it turns out. And so as you can see in the picture, I created a frame. Of course, this frame comes from metalwork. And so I used this frame with a new material, which was the cable. And here you can see that I use different thickness in the cables. So I have thinner cables and thicker cables that I use. And I started with cables, and then it was just about wire, all forms of wires towards the later part of my artwork. And then in 2007, I go through a series of various tests. And in 2007, I had an exhibition here in COEX at the Seoul Design Festival. Here you can see that I continued to train in the way of working with cables, and you can see here that I have worked all the way up to the point where I could attach light bulbs to my artwork. So rather than thinking about a specific shape, I wanted to knot the cable and also look at ways to let the cables go so that it would naturally hang. And so you can see that some parts are knotted very tightly, but some parts are not knotted at all, but they are tangled. And in 2008, so here you can see in 2007, there were some parts that were knotted and there were parts that were not knotted. But in 2008, I start to train in various shapes that are created through these knots. And you can see that I start to experiment with different colors. And in the beginning, I did not have a particular shape, but as I continued to become more accustomed to knotting, I am able to create various shapes, such as baskets, as well as the covers for the light bulbs. And in 2009, I start to work with larger pieces. And because now I have worked with knots for a long period of time, I am now able to work with larger pieces. I started with small size pieces that I could have within my hands, but now my pieces are becoming larger. And because I worked with lighting, then I started to think about creating something to sit on. And so in the beginning, I had to hang everything on the ceiling, so the shapes look more free. But now I want to have a function of seating people, and so that is when I started to take a deep dive into structures and shapes so that it could have the function of seating people at the same time maintain a certain shape. And then in 2010, you can see that I have lighting and seatings at the same time. So you can see that the story of the knots as well as the materials are now displayed from 2010. And you can see here that the shape of the seating become refined. I don't know if it's perfect, but you can see that it's becoming stronger and with a clearer shape. And this is from 2011. As you have seen in the former pieces, I used PVC cables, but here you can see I'm using leather strips. And you can see that I'm using other materials, but you can see that the shapes are becoming more supportive when people are seated on these seatings. So you can see that I am technically refining myself, and as my technology becomes more refined, the knowledge about the materials grows, and you can see that using this material, I am able to create a wider variety of shapes, which means that I can have a wider variety of results. And you can see that compared to the past, you can see that the shapes are stronger. So you can see that compared to the yellow seat that I showed you, this seat is more stable in terms of the structure and the knitting itself. And on the other hand, the seats, they are becoming firmer, but the pieces that are hanging on the ceiling are becoming more free. You can see that I am using a wider variety of shapes together in one piece. And as I mentioned before, that actually enables me to widen my ideas as well as the scope of my artwork. You can see here that I continued to expand my artwork. I first started with very small objects, but here you can see that I am using this material in a particular space to fill the space with my artwork. So you can see the installations are now filling a particular space. And in the beginning, I worked with single objects, but here you can see that I am now working with a set of pieces. So in a single space, it's not about creating one object, but it is a series of objects that would give new light to the space itself. And from 2014, you can see that the artwork that I do or the artwork on the floor is becoming longer and larger, just like the artwork that are hanging on the ceiling is becoming larger and longer. And at the same time, I also start to collaborate with different brands. So other than the artwork that I had been doing thus far, I also work with other materials and other shapes through collaboration projects, which leads me to new directions in my artwork as well. You can see that I repeatedly knot in the same shape, and so I am now able to move on to new materials, new shapes, new thicknesses, and new touches of the new textures of the materials. And here you can see that in the space itself, I am able to come up with shapes that are more appropriate for each space. So you can see that I am working with more perfected shapes for the lighting compared to the free shapes that I had in the past, because this was a shape that was more appropriate for the space that I had been given. At the same time, I am starting to use more colors, and rather than focusing on just the materials, but I am now focusing on the effect of the shape, the material, coupled with the color of the material. And in 2017, this is the work that I did. As you can see that I am influenced by the space itself. In the past, I worked with smaller objects, and it was a piece for a particular space or a particular function. But here you can see it's a larger space where anyone can come and sit. And so this is the type of space I started to have ideas for. And here you can see another form of work that I did for a larger public space. And here you can see that I start to come up with patterns. This means that the way that I deal with the materials is much more sophisticated compared to when I started in 2006. You can see that because the techniques are becoming more sophisticated, I could have a wider diversity of results. Here you can see that I'm adding pattern with different materials. And this is an installment in a larger space. You can see that It's not about coming up with a perfect shape, but rather it's bringing the material into the space to install it as it is appropriate for that space. I could have imagined this outside of the space in my studio, but when I come into the space, I have to take a look at the light, the view outside the window, as well as the surrounding area. And this is the final installment that I came up with. This is a piece that I created through 3D printing. All of the other artwork that I had done up until then, I knitted and knotted by hand. But if I were to knot a material that was thicker than what I could actually do with my hand, I wanted to know visually what it would look like. So this type of material, it could not be knotted by a machine nor a person. And so this is a shape that can only be created by 3D printing. This shows what can be done with this thickness, and this actually then is reflected back into the work that I do with my hands. Here you can see that I have new shapes that I am able to create with a more secure structure. And this was a recent work that I have done with thin cables. You can see that they actually look like organisms that depict live organisms or a plant. So from this image, it may look static, but it could be moved by hand. And so it looks more alive compared to the work that I have done until last year. This is the most recent work that I have done. At the MMCA Gwacheon, there is a display that I am participating in, and you can see that there is on display the work that I have done since 2006. Of course, they are smaller pieces in the form of prototypes, but I am displaying all the work from 2006. And so if you visit MMCA Gwacheon, you will be able to take a glimpse into the development that I have gone through since 2006, as well as the future direction for my work. This was a collaboration project that I had done very recently. So utilizing the knotting that I have conducted with the materials that I use, this is a piece that we did with Bottega Gane.
네, 그리고 가장 최근에 전시했던 개인전에
And so here you can see a scene from a display that I had created. And so you can see that I am actually going back to the very free shapes that I started with. So I am going back to experimenting the freedom that comes from these materials. I will be taking a deeper dive into this information and insights during the Q&A session and the wrap-up discussion session. Thank you very much for your attention.
네,
Thank you very much, Mr. Lee Kwang-ho, for your presentation. So we have seen a series of knotted cables for your artwork, and you can see that you are concentrating and disseminating and trying out various experiments. It was a very interesting presentation, and we look forward to further discussions with you.
이제
Now let's move on to the second presentation. The speaker is from all the way from London. His name is Jesse Ringham. He's the founder and CEO of Jesse James Agency and a former head of audiences and brand, as well as digital at Serpentine Gallery. So unfortunately, he could not join us offline, but he's been making his presentation remotely. And he will be joining us through a pre-recorded video, but he will be joining us online during the roundtable session. So let's now first take a look at a pre-recorded video of his lecture. Please welcome him with a big round of applause.
Hi, my name is Jesse Ringham, and I'm the founder of the Jesse James Agency. I work with museums, brands, art fairs, biennales, commercial galleries, non-for-profits, all over the world, and recently a lot of digital platforms, digital-first platforms. I really help them understand their vision, why they do what they do, and get to grips with how to be more creative in terms of how they market themselves, to be more impactful, and to get to where they're going in terms of making sure that everyone around the world is understanding their project, being accessible and inclusive, and most of all, really making art, design and craft as exciting as possible, not threatening or scary. So on to slide 2. This is my whole presentation, which is the power of audiences in the digital age. This is really about the exciting role, how innovative, how creative we can be through digital in bringing art and artists and craft to life. So on to slide 4. This is the purpose. This is the why we do what we do. And for me personally, it's about making art and craft accessible to everyone. The power of digital and reaching engaging audiences today has never been so fast. We're now in an age where technology companies have a really strong role in communication, in advertising, in health, in news and shopping and entertainment, finance, and now even politics. The top 3 brands in the digital age now are, especially in the West, are Amazon, Meta, formerly Facebook, and Google, and they all have one thing in common, and it's data. And I think this presentation is really understanding the role of data in one hand and the role of creativity in the other hand. So on to slide 5. What is happening at the moment? Where are we at? So on to slide 6. It's data. It's the future of the art world. The existing art world has been ripped apart over the last 6 months. And one of the reasons is NFT, and I'm specifically talking about the for-profit industry. The arts has always had a bit of a working relationship with understanding audiences, and data, i.e. social media data, conversation has really helped museums understand audiences and their perception of art and artists and craft so much more. The rise of NFT art and artists is the big news at the moment. And as a marketeer, as myself, you've always got to try to be several steps ahead in understanding where the art industry is going. The world has really flipped over. The art world has really flipped over 6 months. Artists now have this virtual backdoor into the art world, into the creative economy. They can now make money. They do not have to go down the regular routes. Where you're going through a gallery, you're going through an agent, you're going through a museum. Now you can just create your own artwork and sell it. So it's become, as it should be, an art world, a design world that is very democratic. It's almost like an eBay effect to some extent. The artists, the public now have the power. So that's what's happening at the moment. But don't fear change. On to slide 7, where this is all about being open-minded, really focusing on a marketing strategy where you embrace change. Being like an artist in some respects, where you are trying to take risks, you're interpreting what the artist has to say, and also what the museum or what your brand has to say as well. So you're very much an in-between person. You're listening to the public and you're also listening to the museum, and the idea is to bring them together at once. So on to slide 9. Anyone who is interested in doing this role, working with museums and galleries, has to think, why me, why art, why digital, why marketing, and really understand what is your role in doing this. So everyone who wishes to promote the arts needs to really identify what is that desire to work in the arts. And for me, like I was saying, it's about making art accessible. I love art. I love the ability to be yourself, self-discovery, reflection on the art, on the wider world. And as a marketeer, I can't help that everyone has to love arts, design, craft as well. And, you know, that is what helps with the day job. So first of all, before I talk about the power of digital and power of strategy, always ask, what is my role in this job, in this game? So slide 10, the power of art. And on to slide 11, I'm really talking here about the skills that you've got to have. On one side, you have experience and knowledge, and this is like everything that you should be learning. It's your, you know, understanding how Google works. It's understanding how social media works. Everyone can do this. This is your basic foundations and skills. But on the other side is creativity. So experience on one hand, creativity on the other. Creativity is something that is not taught. It's something that is competitive. It's something that's energetic. It's something that has a desire to be different from others. And I think, you know, if you're into coming up with strategies and developing promotions and marketing, these are the two elements. You know your basics, but also, you know, have that thirst, that energy to be creative. Both very, very important. But creativity is the thing that raises the bar. It gives you the entrepreneurial mindset. It's unique. So whether you are a designer or an artist or a gallery or a museum or an art fair, you know, these are the two elements to think about starting off within the industry. Slide 12 is just going to talk about briefly where we're going. Strategy is where we're going. That is the changing media landscape. Everything's developed online, especially over the last couple of years. And your strategy is what you are going to do about it. The second most important pillar here is content. So your voice, it's your DNA, it's your face. How do you present yourself online, the type of messages that you put out there, who are the audiences that you're trying to reach? So really dig into that. How will you engage them? Is it through film? Is it through articles? Is it through Instagram? How creative are you going to be? Are you going to collaborate with others? The more, the merrier. You know, 5 different galleries coming together under one theme is more powerful and quicker to reach more people. You are sharing audiences and impact. And the third bit is evaluation. So as a marketeer working with digital and the arts, you've always got to understand what's working, what's not. Do the public agree with what you're putting out there? So slide 13 is the plan. And again, this slide here, number 14, is looking at reputation, reach, and revenue. This is, you know, these are the 3 different areas to really think about. Reputation is your brand. It is who you are. It is your identity. It's what you stand for. This is what people, collectors, audiences will be drawn to. The larger you grow, the more important it is to ensure that everyone understands and is empowered by your brand, your voice, and your ethos. Your team and your audiences become your museum's closest and most effective advocates as a result. The second one here is reach. So how will you go out and reach your audiences? Through what content? What are the voices you're going to use? Voices that are more accessible, easier to understand, or more curatorial, or more insightful, more academic, and slightly more niche. So really consider how you do that. You know, what is an online immersive event? How can you make your online Zoom calls different from anyone else's? So that's an element of creativity that you need to inject there. Last one is very important, especially for a commercial gallery and a not-for-profit, is revenue. So what are your goals? You know, how will you grow people closer to you as an organization and bring them in so they feel loyal, they love what you have to offer, whether it's craft, design, art, theatre, dance, performance, music, film. You know, how are they going to love what you're doing? How will you thank them? And how do they become a member, or in a digital term, an advocate of your organization? This is what you call the marketing life cycle of your digital brand. And slide 15 talks a little bit here about themes, thinking ahead. What is the future of the arts? Keep asking yourself this. Be ahead of the game. What's around the corner for your museum, your studio, your work? How can you be ahead of the game here? When can art and craft fit into that bigger conversation? So right in the middle, you've got art and craft. How can you relate it to sustainability, to ecology, or to the digital metaverse, which is an online virtual world that sits parallel to where we are now, which is very exciting? How can you be more equal or more democratic? How can you tap into a global culture rather than just a local culture? So again, this is a visual representation of how to do this. And again, slide 16 is talking about editorial themes. You've got craft in the middle. How can you connect up to all the other different industries? Slide 17 talks about the difference between platform. You have window being your website, and you've got voice being social media. Treat them differently. Slide 19 here, we are all broadcasters at the end of the day. So think of yourself like a newspaper. How do you tell your story? You are a broadcaster. There's no journalist there. You can talk straight to them through social media. So think about that one-to-one conversation that you're having. Because on slide 20, you've got to decide, am I here to provoke debate, discussion, and design and craft? Or am I here just to inform people about the history of art and craft and design? And, here's some assets to learn more about the various artists. Slide 22 here talks about the whole cycle between setting your vision, your strategy, using your platforms such as social media or advocates or partnership to get people engaged, and then capturing that engagement and loyalty through your website, through a database, through making transactions, which is the ultimate goal. But at the end of the day, understand your voice. And on slide 22 here, this is how I would treat a voice. You have three elements: campaign, art, and emotion. Campaign is what you stand for, what you have to promote, what you have to do, an exhibition or some news. The second bit is art. So what is your role in the bigger debate about art and craft and design? What do you stand for, provoke opinion and debate? And the last one's the motive, the most powerful thing here. How are people connected to the art of creating, the art of producing an object, a design, a piece of art? Content is your authority on slide 25. This is what you stand for. This is your opinion. This is your chance to be unique. And on slide 27, partners are your best friends. This is, this is how you double your audiences. This is how you make your brand exciting and innovate. You join up with others. And when you're rubbing shoulders, automatically, you're producing something groundbreaking. On slide 28, this is my previous role at Serpentine, working with Serpentine and BTS, as I'm sure you know, one of the greatest bands at the moment. And this is a creative collaboration between BTS and the arts and music, blurring of boundaries, creative boundaries, social boundaries, geographic boundaries. And it was all around a shared value of connection, people being connected. So that's one example here. And the artwork was produced at Serpentine here, was from Jakob Konsteensen. It was a virtual forest, all about ecology and sustainability. You have the virtual and then you have the organic behind. So slide 30, at the end of the day, you need to think about all these different things to have that authority on art, taking people behind the scenes, thinking digitally. Slide 31, be different, think big, be bold. And then digital, anything you do will just fall in place. But be creative, test things out and take risks. Thank you so much, everyone. And I hope to see you all soon. And do check out the website. And it's jessiejamesagency.com. Thank you very much.
네, 감사합니다.
Thank you very much for the presentation, Mr. Jesse James, or Jesse Ringham. So I'm sure that you are listening to us at this moment. So you talked about the various use of digital platform and social media in this era of digital transformation. You talked about the importance of marketing and branding and as to how we should communicate with our audiences. This was a very timely topic, especially for people in the craft industry as well as the craft business industry. You talked about some very important points for all of them, and I'm sure people would have questions, and those would be raised during the roundtable and Q&A session. So audiences, if you have any questions, please raise them to Mr. Jesse Ringham.
연사분을
Let us now go on to the third presentation. The third presenter will speak from a slightly different perspective to talk about change as well as difference and what he observed in such differences. We have with us a 소목장 artisan, Mr. Yang Seok-jung. He will talk to us about cultural heritage as well as finding modernity within the cultural heritage. Please welcome him with a big round of applause. Good afternoon. Well, I work with wood. When I am called a 소목장 artisan, because the word so in Korean means cow, some people ask me how many cows do I have? That is, I guess, how unfamiliar we are with 소목장s today. And that is also probably the reason why the government has designated us as an intangible cultural heritage. Well, the word 소목장 comes from working with wood for smaller pieces, such as pieces of furniture, compared to 대목장, who work with the structures for buildings and housings. So I am a 소목장 artisan, and this is a art that is disappearing. And so I think I have been invited because of this very reason. I would like to take this opportunity to share with you my thoughts as well as the work that I do. When we hear the word coexistence, I think it goes hand in hand with competition. I actually was an office worker, but the words coexistence and competition, when these two words compete fiercely, that is where the people who are working at the office are living every day. And so I started to dream of a life where there is no fierce competition, and that is why I started to work with wood. The windows that you see here is the scene that I would see when I wake up from a nap when I was just a boy. And this window that I saw at home after a nap always made me feel at peace. And I created this replica to install in my home today because I could always feel that peacefulness from this window. The peacefulness that I felt after a nap as a boy and the peacefulness that I feel in my 50s today coexists within my memory. Coexistence without competition, I don't know if this is possible, but from the work that I do, I would like to talk to you about how I try to display coexistence without competition. I think as a 소목장 artisan, I should show you my work rather than talk about my work because we don't think much of people who are talkers in my profession. But as I was preparing for this presentation, I had a mixture of all these words in my mind. Of course, craft has always existed, but I think the word craft was used ever since we started to have factories in our world. Because everything was made by hand at first. Everything that I would be using was either made by myself or my neighbor. But then after the Industrial Revolution, we started to have factories. And after we have factories, then we start to have a need for a word that would refer to something made by hand. And that is why we see the word craft appearing. We talk about digital, artists, being artistic. These days, products that are made in factories are also deemed to be artistic. So what is the difference between the products that are made by factories and the products made by artisans? There are products that are equipped with design made in factories, but there are also craft work that is created through creativity. I think 소목장 artisans are somewhere in between. And there is this big confusion about who we are. But rather than talk about this chaos, I think I have to keep doing what I do in order to find the right identity for 소목장 artisans. So let me share with you the work that I do. I am a 소목장 artisan, and I work with wood, as I mentioned before. I always wanted to work with 차경, which is a Korean word of view outside the window. For example, you don't need your own garden, but you can borrow the view of the mountain behind your home if you could look at that mountain from your window. And I wanted to reflect this concept in my furniture. Furniture is not just about having the function of storage, but I wanted to make sure that this piece of furniture would comfort you. It would remind you of memories. And that is the type of work that I wanted to do. Here you can see a display cabinet. This is a traditional piece of furniture that would go into Korean kitchens. I actually reinterpreted the traditional display cabinet structure, but in the middle, I am using persimmon wood. And I use that persimmon wood because the shape on the persimmon wood actually looked like sunrise. And that actually is borrowing from the concept of 차경, which is the view outside your window. This actually triggers a sense of imagination. It comforts you. And whatever you place on this cabinet, whether it be food or plates for food or drinks that you can share, in the past, kitchens were separated from the main house where it was used just by women to prepare food. But these days, kitchens have become a part of the home, and it's become a venue of communication. It's actually become a central part of the home these days. And so this piece of furniture keeps communication in mind. This small cabinet, as I look at it, I can see a wide field with the moon and the sun in the sky together. Of course, you would open and close these drawers to take something out or to put something back in, but you can walk down your memory lane by looking at this piece of furniture. In our traditional furniture, we had symbols on the designs so that we can incorporate symbolic design with function. And so I have reinterpreted this, and I have a scene from nature imprinted on the cabinet. This is from a Zolkoa tree that had been 400 years old. And when this piece of table is placed in a home, many people can sit around the table to communicate for as long as the tree had lived. So what is craft? As a 소목장 artisan, I always think about what is craft. When we talk about art, I think nature does most of the art. And we now need to have the eyes for what nature has done so that we can place it strategically in our space. That is craft. So we need to effectively borrow from nature. That's what we need to do for craft. The tools here, in the end, exist to borrow from the beauty of nature. If we could make it remain as it is, that would be great. But depending on the temperature, the humidity, and the surrounding environment, that beautiful beauty that we borrow from nature could be destroyed and distorted. And that is why we use technique as an artisan to preserve that beauty as it was. Of course, we do have tools that are very modern, but given the big difference in temperature and humidity in the Korean indoor environment, we still need traditional techniques and tools to create pieces of wooden furniture so that it can endure the changes in temperature and humidity. So sometimes it feels very slow and sometimes it feels very frustrating. But this is the work that we have to do in order to make sure that the beauty of nature that we borrowed is preserved. And as I am doing this work, I feel satisfied that I am achieving something. And the owner of this piece of artwork, I imagine, would also be able to relate to the work that I do. And so rather than this being inefficient, I believe that this actually creates the foundation for human-centered communication. So we talk about tools, techniques, craft, but it is still borrowing from nature and keeping the vitality of the borrowed nature within our artwork. That is skill. And I believe that that message can be brought alive through wood. And our technique as an artisan should be able to keep the vitality of wood as it is from the beauty of nature. So you can see that I am putting pieces together. We have quite developed and sophisticated hardware that can be used to put pieces of wood together. But wood actually is very different, even if it's from the same tree or even if it's from the same mountain. And so if you connect wood with hardware, that would not be as durable as if you would connect wood as it is. And that is why, although we have sophisticated hardware, such as nails or other pieces of hardware, I still work without any hardware, just using wood as it is. So after going through this process of creation, it makes me happy. And I imagine that that happiness will be delivered to the new owner of the furniture. Whenever I tell people I am creating traditional furniture, people ask me, the world is changing. Why are you still working with traditional furniture? Some people are not able to ask me this question directly, but I can feel that question in the air. I always believed that making a good piece of work is what we need to do, but it seems that the world is asking me to create something that is worthy of selling. Well, some people say, why aren't you changing? But we are changing. I think 소목장 artisans are changing. I am in the process of still learning. In front of me, I have Park Myung-ja, a natural, intangible cultural heritage owner. And you can see I'm learning from her. And she's telling me how deep I have to go in making a hole inside the wood. So you may think I am learning what they used to do since the old days. But what you see me doing is learning the basics. I need to know the basics as it was from a long time ago in order to make changes. This is a pandaji that I created, and here is a pandaji from 200 years ago that I have benchmarked. Do you see the difference? There are two pandajis here, and they are 200 years apart. You may think that they are different, but you may also think that they are not so different. The pandaji that I'm looking at in this picture is a pandaji that was created by a professor who majored in art, and you can see that this is a piece of rough wood that would only be worthy as an apple crate, but he actually used this type of wood to create this artwork of pandaji. So I started to think about what is the difference between product and artwork when I was looking at this. This was created in 1938 by Inami, and this is a desk that was exhibited at the Chosun Art Exhibition. She was very used to creating pandajis and probably very used to looking at pandajis, and using this image of a pandaji, this desk was created. So the world was changing during the Joseon dynasty, where traditionally we would sit on the floor, but now we're sitting on chairs. So you would think that this artisan actually changed the form of pandaji to reflect that. But from this artwork, I feel like that artisan was caught off guard because the world is changing very quickly. The world was changing so quickly that the artisan could not keep up with the change. We used to sit on the floor because the floor was very warm, and now everyone started to sit on chairs, and so the furniture had to be taller. And so this artisan was caught off guard and was quite taken back by the change and created this piece as a result. This is something that I created. It's a console table. Can you see that I was also taken off guard? You can see that it's winged at the side, and you can see the legs look like a puppy's legs, as we see in traditional Korean furniture. I created this console so that I can create a piece of furniture for the modern times. I used traditional methods, and you can see that the design on the drawers that naturally came from the wood itself looks like the waves. And this is how it was actually used by the owner. I'm sure that you have heard about this storage unit, and you can see that it has no back, and so it's open in all directions. And this is quite popular these days. This is from the traditional Joseon dynasty furniture, but you can see that it's open from all directions, and many were quite inspired by this design. And usually this type of shelf was used for space that were used for men, and so it would store books or potwork or ceramics. And when the guest would come to the gentleman's space, they would come look at the books on the shelf as well as the ceramics on the shelves, and that would actually give them a glimpse into the taste of the owner of the space. And so this actually was a piece of furniture that facilitated communication. And it actually delivered a message without so many words. This was not well known, but because this piece of furniture is very unique in its proportion, it became quite popular. But it actually reflects messages and the philosophy of that time. And I believe that that kind of role could be done by a wine rack. So you can see that the 9 spaces on either side become the wine rack. And so we use this wine rack that can also facilitate communication amongst people today, just like books and ceramics facilitated communication during the Joseon Dynasty. Here you can see bedside tables. So bedside tables actually stored things that you may need while you are in bed. But when I created these set of bedside tables, I thought we can take them apart and place them on either side of the table. But you can see I put a lot of thought into the size and design. In traditional Korean furniture, we would use different colors, but these colors actually usually created dark browns. And so whenever you would paint something on this wood, it would look dark brown. But in the middle, you can see colors that create something that looks like a traditional Korean costume top. And this actually was created by different color wood. And so it's actually the original colors of different pieces of wood put together. And I actually wanted to create a design using the original colors of different pieces of wood. And during the Joseon Dynasty, they were placed side by side at the head of the bed, but now I designed this to be placed on either side of the bed. So here you can see a TV stand that I have created. You can put a TV on this stand, but at the same time, it also has different colors on the drawers, and that color comes from different pieces of wood. This black was created by burning wood, and the red is the original color of the wood. And you can see that it's broken down into grid shapes. We actually had to create these grids to frame the burnt wood because the burnt wood, although it would have this beautiful black color, would not be sturdy enough. And so that is why we have these traditional designs, and these ratios have been used throughout history. And the original piece of furniture that I had benchmarked was created during the late 14th century. And so it was a beautiful piece of furniture that felt very modern. So I have talked about what I have thought about as I was creating my furniture. And I think in going through this process, I went through a series of thoughts related to consistency and change. A few years ago, I had an exhibition, and a child sat with her mother looking at this wine rack. And she continued to say, "It's so pretty." And I watched her exclaiming, "It's so pretty." And this child actually sat in front of this table saying, "It's so pretty," and tried to draw the table. I felt so proud at this moment because I always felt like a minority. I always felt like I was outdated. But to have such response by children actually gave me a lot of hope. Maybe in the 23rd century, 200 years from now, when we talk about furniture from 21st century Korea, maybe they will talk about my furniture as I talk about the pandajis of the Joseon Dynasty. Looking at these children, I start to hope that my furniture would be talked about 200 years from now as furniture that existed in 21st century Korea. This is where I dry wood. I would always flip the wood this way and that way to make it dry. And I'm taking a break, and my wife took this picture. And I love this picture, and I brought it with me. What do you want to be? Many people believe that wood is a material, but I don't look at wood as material for my furniture. But I believe that wood is a partner for me that has a message. So I always ask my piece of wood, what do you wish to be? These pieces of wood are older than myself. Some are 400 years old, usually about 40 to 50 years old, and they have been here for more than 10 years, and they're usually older than myself. So I should be more humble in talking to my wood. Wood is not just material to me. Wood can become furniture, but it always holds a message. That is in our tradition. And so, if you ask me, is the furniture that I make traditional furniture? Is it modern furniture? Do I call myself traditional furniture artisan or modern furniture artisan? If I take a look at the work that I have done, tradition becomes a tradition when it is a day old. So I believe that my left hand is doing the traditional while my right hand is doing the modern. Is that possible? I don't think so. I think the traditional and the modern always coexists together in my work. I don't know how far I can go, but I believe that I will be making furniture until I use all of this wood. Thank you very much.
네,
Thank you very much for your presentation. Thank you for sharing with us the tradition and modernity of furniture. And thank you for sharing with us your process of thinking about the coexistence of the two. So that actually brings us to the end of the first set of presentations. Let us now take a 20-minute break and start session 2. In the foyer, we have coffee prepared for you. Please enjoy your break. And if you have not been able to receive an interpretation receiver on your way in, please make sure that you pick one up during the break for session 2. We will see you in 20 minutes. From Session 2, we will start with Director Kim Se-young from the Royal Gallery, Professor Yu Woo-gang-ho of Hongik University, and Mr. Sugayama of Japan for their presentations. Please enjoy your break and return for Session 2. Thank you.
삐딱이 나와서 이게 우리가 해준 게 있잖아요. 여기 센터에다 주면은 이게 내려줄게요. 그래서 이렇게 해줄 테니까.
네, 잠시 안내 말씀드리겠습니다.
May I have your attention, please? The 2021 International Craft Forum's second session will begin soon. So I'd like to ask all the audiences online and offline to come into the event hall or into the Zoom and YouTube screen. And as a courtesy to the other guests, please turn your cell phones to vibration or silent mode. We provide simultaneous interpretation and sign language interpretation. Channel 1 is English, Channel 1 is Korean, Channel 2 is English. And as for those of you who are participating via Zoom, we would like to ask you to turn your video on and mute yourself. If you have any questions, please leave them in the chat box. We will address those questions at the end of the forum during the Q&A session. Now we'd like to begin the second session. I'd like to once again invite Ms. Kim Jung-hwa to be the moderator. Please welcome her with a big hand. We will now begin the session second. I hope you enjoyed your coffee. I hope that coffee would allow you to overcome the drowsiness of the afternoon as well as the interesting lectures. So please do enjoy the lectures. And the first lecture of the second session will be given by Ms. Kim Se-young, Director of Gallery Royal. So since it's opening in 2007, Gallery Royal has been promoted as part of a business project and has identified and discovered many modern artists, and especially in the field of craft. And not long ago, it created a complex cultural space in Hwasong, which is equipped with a maker space where people can experience the latest technologies and cutting-edge equipment. So this is a place where you can experiment and make attempts with regards to new ideas. Let's now invite Director Kim Se-young from Gallery Royal. Please welcome her with a big hand. Hello. So I'm from Royal and Company, and I'm in charge of the culture business team. When I was invited as the speaker, I was so anxious, and I thought hard about what I should talk about among these renowned experts to be of a help to you. But as I was operating, the Gallery Royal for 15 years, I've had many experiences in terms of exhibition. I would like to just talk about those experiences with you today. Do I have to press the red button? I'm sorry, is it the red button that I have to press to get the slide going? Is the green button? I see, thank you. So I've done dozens of exhibitions, and I met artists from various genres, especially craft artists. So craft is actually located at the border between art and daily life, and it crosses the boundaries. And I believe that is why I was able to meet so many craft artists in the work that I do. So again, craft is located at the border between art and daily life. We have these fine finishing touches and the handwork that is involved in craft. And craft is instilled with these artistic spirit, the spirit of the artist. How craft appeals to the general public. And based on the experiences that I have experienced, let me show you what craft has to offer. In order to help you understand, I would like to first talk about the complex cultural space that is run by our company. So we have Royal Lounge in Gangnam and Royal X in Hwasong. And these are, as I said before, a complex cultural space. We have an exhibition hall and and bathtub showroom at the same time. I'm going to give you more detailed explanation about Royal X at the later part of my presentation. As for Royal Lounge in Seoul, we have a bathtub showroom or bathroom showroom, gallery, restaurant, and a cultural academy. So rather than having a concrete structure or program for the building, we try to seek for ways to blend in various genres together. And that's why we were able to make many diverse attempts. So keeping that in your mind as you listen to your presentation will help you understand my presentation even more. So we've done many exhibitions, and these exhibitions aimed at making sure that people can access craft more conveniently. And one of the exhibitions include something that is titled The Lighting of Metal Craftsmen. So again, we wanted to provide an opportunity for people to access craft more conveniently, and that's why we chose the topic of light or fixtures. And we used the gallery and the bathroom showroom and the restaurant, everything that is within this complex to open this exhibition. So we did not at the time have many exhibitions that displayed objects found in daily life, but that is not the case anymore. We have many of these kinds of exhibitions today. And in this exhibition, we were able to sell a lot of these objects that were displayed. These are some of the objects. So we wanted to share the joy that we feel with regards to art in daily life, and this exhibition was well received, and so we were very proud of that. We had a sense of fulfillment, and while doing these exhibitions, we really wanted to make people feel this power of craft even more directly. And therefore, we decided to hold lectures that would allow people to experience craft themselves and use the craft, because this is very important in allowing people to feel the power of craft. So artists and stylists collaborated with each other to give these kind of lectures, and they were under a lot of pressure because they really had to collaborate on a close level, and when some items are not sold, sometimes it could make people feel uncomfortable. Nevertheless, we had programs and lectures such as, curating our own home party or, decorating your own brunch table and, a table with liquor and snacks and garden party and so on. And it was very well received to the extent that we were very much surprised. So we showed people how they can use these items and vessels and objects in various ways without being biased about their use. And this is a picture from the home party program. You can see a display of a lot of finger foods. And this is an afternoon tea program using white vessels. So we ran those academies or lectures and also did tea classes. There are a lot of things that we can feel through tea, more than you think, and it's a healing experience. And including myself, many people have difficulty in accessing tea. They think tea is something that is difficult. So we did not want to provide this only in the form of a lecture, but also in the form of exhibition that is based on experience. And by doing that, we wanted to let the public know more about the culture of tea. I'm sorry, I'm getting breathless as I have to speak with a mask on. So we found these various artists of craft, and we visited their workshops. What they expressed through their art was very different, and we were able to learn a lot of things by visiting their workshops. And because tea is something that deals with water, we invited craft artists who deal with waters and had talk with them. So this is a seminar with the artists who will be participating in exhibitions. And these artists were were not tea experts. So we invited Mr. Oh Gongsa, who is a tea master, and who showed the artist, various tea wares and how to use them and so on. And we also wanted to use the vessels made by artists in the actual exhibition. So we had deep talks with them and we visited their workshops all across the nation to even better understand their works. So these are some of the photos. We went outside of Seoul to visit their workshops and so on. So the exhibition proposed various ways to use artwork and their compositions in everyday context, and this tea exhibition was held for 3 years. So the first exhibition invited 12 artists in metal, ceramics, small dining table, and furniture, and so on. And it paid attention to both East and West teaware, Eastern and Western teaware. So in a white cube setting like this, to hold a craft exhibition in such space, we would have to also pay attention to the kind of furniture and fixture that would compose this space. And in 2020, we held another exhibition titled Water That Awakens the Senses, Tea. And this was when people were limited in terms of accessing experience because of COVID-19. So we really focused in on awakening people's senses through water and allow them to actually use the teaware. So these are some of the pictures. So even bamboo artists were involved. We had a lineup of many artists, and Professor Jeong Kyung-jin collaborated with us in setting up this lineup. And we really did a lot of research as to how to display these teaware, and a florist was involved too, who gave us brilliant ideas. So because we did not have any bias on the use of these crafts, we were able to style them in a way through which all these different types of crafts blended well together. And based on, we actually afterwards thought about whether or not to hold another tea exhibition next year. And the next year, so we actually plan to hold an exhibition where people can really drink and enjoy their tea. And it was titled 차관소요, which means a relaxing promenade in the tea drinking space. So together with tea expert, we curated the exhibition. Of course, I needed help because I'm not a tea expert. So the exhibition space itself was a tea house, and the composition was very well curated. And the importance that we emphasized is that people would be able to be provided with a space in which they would feel comfortable when drinking tea. And everything was so naturally displayed. And people even talked about that even the paintings that are hanging on the wall blended in so well together with the overall space that it looked like a painting exhibition. And we provided experience of people drinking tea and enjoying confectionaries. And we also had tea classes in between so that people can enjoy, once again, tea and confectionaries. Experience is the best way of communicating with the audiences. And this exhibition, once again, reminded us of that. So while doing various kinds of exhibitions, we integrated 6 years ago the royal our company's plants and centers scattered across the nation into one in order to create a platform for more active collaboration, a space in which the artist and other masters in different fields can collaborate with each other. So that was the creation of Royal X. And In Royal X, we allow artists to manifest their new ideas. So they will stay in artist residency and use and also cooperate with our factories and facilities if necessary. And we provide them with maker space where they could realize their own ideas. So this is the bathroom cafe based on the theme of bathrooms. And these are objects found in the Ceramic Research Institute. So these are some of the tools that these ceramic artists found interesting. And also to the right is a work by Mr. Kim Yong-ju, who is a glass artist. So this cafe exhibition includes a lot of these interesting displays. And this is the gallery. We can hold exhibitions, music concerts, and also performances in this gallery hall. And this is the artist residency that I talked about earlier. And this is the gallery garden. Inside it, we have a gardens through which you can enjoy nature, and this is the outdoor tennis court. So we provide such spaces in Royal X, and this is a media art exhibition hall. And this is a flagship store. It's quite expansive. And therefore, we not only showcase our bathroom products, but it's basically a platform that showcases everything that we have to offer. And it's a space that allows us to collaborate with various artists. And even performances can be held in this space. This is the maker's space photo. So Royal X really tries to incorporate craft into the daily lives of our consumers, and we want to bring the creative ideas of the artists into the daily lives of our consumers. So we aim to become an open platform that facilitates this idea, and we hope that you will give us your unsparing attention and interest going forward. Thank you very much. Thank you, Ms. Kim Se-young. So you talked about how companies can collaborate with artists in order to seek for something new and to realize those that are new. You talked about what you have been doing so far, as well as your visions for the future.
홍익대 유리공예
Next, we would like to invite Professor Woo Kwan-ho of the Ceramics and Glass Department of Hongik University. He is working very hard on teaching his students, but he also has a ceramics research lab, as well as conduct various symposiums, participates in art exhibitions, and he also hosts ceramics exchanges. And he has had great contributions to the development of ceramics in Korea. Today, he will talk to us about dissemination of crafts, searching and putting into practice. We look forward to his presentation. Let us invite Professor Woo with a big round of applause.
네, 안녕하세요, 여러분.
Good afternoon. Well, Director Kim, I'm actually not from the Glass and Ceramics Department, but Ceramics and Glass Department. Well, thank you very much, nevertheless, for inviting me to this prestigious forum. Maybe the topic that I have chosen will be a bit boring for the audience, and it may be a little bit stressful to talk about this topic. Nevertheless, let me present my presentation, and I hope to listen to the ideas of everyone here today through the roundtable discussion. let's take a look at the history of dissemination. Dissemination is not simply giving and taking. I would like to interpret dissemination from a craft perspective. The history of dissemination starts in 1967 with the Korea Folk Craft Contest, which later became the Dongha Craft Contest, as well as 1977 Contemporary Craftwork Creation Group, 1999 the first Cheongju Craft Biennale, and 2000 the Cheongju Craft Biennale Foundation, as well as the 2021 establishment of the Seoul Craft Museum. Around the country, we have various art museums related to craft, and we have various exhibitions related to craft, but I have only included the 5 that you see on the screen as the major part of the history of dissemination. So if I put the 5 in a circle as you see on the slide, the Dongha Craft Contest changed its name to Craft Contents, dropping the word traditional. So by dropping the word traditional, we now have a paradigm shift for the concept of craft, which is a new way of disseminating craft to the society. And the creation of the Contemporary Craftwork Creation Group was a group created in 1977 by young artists. And I believe that that's actually a dissemination from the artists. So this actually is a new direction of dissemination. And then we have the Cheongju Craft Biennale and the incorporation of the Cheongju Craft Biennale Foundation. And they actually led the growth of craft and laid down the foundation of globalization as well as the necessary administration for craft. The Craft Trend Fair actually enhances the awareness of crafts amongst the public, and it also enables the artists to actually learn about the market. So as you can see, despite the contribution made for the development of craft, why are we still talking about craft in an abstract way? I believe that up until now, what I have experienced on site is, although we have had the Craft Biennale for about 20 years now, many people in craft are going through difficulties economically. And I'm sure that many of you are going through economic difficulties as artists. So how can we overcome these difficulties and develop the industry of craft? Well, we have heard from 2 artists, and we have also heard from the founder of the Jesse James Agency. I believe that I would like to take a look at some practical suggestions for the development of craft and then listen to your opinions as well. So this is what I would like to talk about. What is dissemination? In the end, dissemination includes craft, artist, and artwork. This is something that we are all well aware of. But how do we disseminate them? We could have exhibitions, there could be other platforms, but in this world, we need to disseminate data. The Cheongju Craft Biennale, universities, and the Korea Craft and Design Foundation, how much data do we have? And where do we disseminate to? That is the direction of dissemination. The Craft Trend Fair is held in Seoul. The Cheongju Craft Biennale is held in Cheongju. Why do we have these platforms only in Cheongju and Seoul? If we have the Cheongju Biennale in Seoul, is that possible? No, that's actually a budget issue. We cannot have that in Seoul. There is a dissemination system within each organization, and we need to collaborate at this point in time. And I will talk about artists in residence. In Korea, there are many residencies for artists, and they are located in different parts of the country. But we should not be obsessed with craft residency. We need to expand that to all forms of visual art. On the screen, you can see an artist working in various countries through a residency program. This artist started at the UK, but she actually worked in Taiwan, in Singapore, in India, experienced all of these residencies, and had an opportunity to reflect upon herself, to experience other cultures, and to grow. And if we take a look at the direction of dissemination, we can also think about the dissemination to international contests. We have many young artists here in the audience today. There are various international contests of various sizes around the world. And this is a contest that is currently in the limelight. The Taiwanese company, France, is currently hosting the France Rising Star Project. And artists are able to participate in this project. In the past, only ceramics majors and only students could participate in this project, but is now open to all artists. And they would deliberate based on a portfolio rather than actual objects. So they would actually select 1,000 students to receive $1,000 in scholarship each. I actually asked my students to participate because it was a large scholarship. Some students participated and some didn't. I cannot force my students to participate in this project. And then they would actually choose the top 10 out of their 100 to participate in a workshop at their company. And so they actually started out as a student contest. Well, I can talk about ceramics. I cannot talk about other forms of art, but there are various international contests. And so we need to disseminate to international contests. But if you're not doing it for yourself, who can help you? Someone needs to help you. If you are waiting to be helped, you cannot receive help. And if you don't know this information, you cannot receive help. And so dissemination to international contests is one direction of dissemination. And we can also have dissemination to businesses. Well, we heard from the Royal Gallery. Well, can I ask you a question? When you choose your artist, do you choose them from the gallery yourself, or do you receive proposals? Yes, I would think so. Why aren't artists proposing to the businesses themselves? When you choose your artists, do you have an open bid, or do you just get introduced to artists? Well, that actually may get you a narrower scope. What I want to mention is that artists themselves should disseminate to businesses. If artists cannot do them themselves, someone has to do it for them. We also need to disseminate to public administration. I think what is more important than dissemination to businesses is dissemination to public administration. I went to a Ministry of Culture, Sports, and Tourism meeting at the National Assembly, and I mentioned that craft work should be disseminated to embassies around the world because they need plates, they need furniture. And who will do this? As you can see on the screen, this is a artwork by an artist, and This is a great example of dissemination to public institutes. I cannot include all examples, but when our president visited Mexico, this was presented. Also, artwork was presented at the ASEM Ministerial as well as the Milano exhibition. So this artist disseminated to these public events, including this artist. If more artists can disseminate to public institutions, it would be a great opportunity for dissemination. Then we have to talk about how to disseminate. Young artists, they are very well equipped with SNS. If you are a creator, and if you are an artist, sometimes you don't have the brains for marketing and promoting, and so you need help from someone to do that. So we would need an organized way of approaching dissemination. We would need an agency to do effective dissemination. So I talked about what to disseminate, where to disseminate, and how to disseminate. In the end, it means that sending and receiving happens at the same time. Of course, there were exchanges. There were always exchanges, and there are exchanges now. And the Korea Craft and Design Foundation conducts various great projects. Well, our moderator mentioned this event. In 2004, Hongik University and Japan's university started this event together. And this event could not take place for the last 2 years because of COVID-19, but it actually grew to an event where 60 universities from 4 countries participate. But at times, we have guest countries such as the Czech Republic or Austria as the guest country. So it actually expands the scope of exchanges. Through the artist that grew through the residency that I mentioned before was actually an artist that first grew through these events. So in a nutshell, dissemination is not about sending out simply, but it is about how to send our craft out so that they can take root. And we also need to receive, so there should be a balance between sending and receiving. We also need to develop practical yet future-oriented ways to disseminate. That is the question that I have in mind. I'm not here to provide you with an answer, but I want to raise questions about what we should be discussing. So this is the topic that I raise for discussion. We look forward to the roundtable discussion. Thank you very much.
네, 감사합니다.
Thank you very much for your presentation, Professor Woo Gun-ho. I need to put on my glasses to read the script, but I talked about glass and ceramics department. I'm sorry. I know that your department is ceramics and glass department. I apologize for that mistake.
마지막
Now let's hear our sixth and last presentation for today. It will be given by Mr. Sugiyama Michio, advisor of the Artist in Residence program at Shigaraki Ceramic Cultural Park. And the title of his presentation is Possibility of Craft When Art and Industrial Products Collaborate. He is now connected via Zoom. And he has been very enthusiastic in sending his presentation materials beforehand. And while running the Artist in Residency program, he has built many experiences in terms of connecting these artists to local industry and businesses. So he will be sharing that with you through his presentation today. So we will meet him via Zoom. Let's check if he's connected. Anyway, let's first of all welcome him with a big hand. Good afternoon. I'm greatly honored to be able to speak at the 2021 International Craft Forum. Thank you for inviting me. During usual circumstances, I would have attended the conference or forum in person, and of course that would have been much better. But due to the current circumstances, I will be sharing with you the thoughts that I have in my mind online. I'm not a tech-savvy person, so the people here who are with me have helped me in setting up this technological thing. So thank you very much. So allow me to introduce myself first. I was part of the Shigaraki Ceramic Cultural Park, which is a ceramic complex facility in Shigaraki-cho, Koka City, Shiga Prefecture. And I've been doing the Artist in Residence program. I've been involved in the operation and planning for a bit over 30 years. I did retire in March this year, and now I'm serving as an advisor. That's how I'm supporting the cultural park. And at the same time, there were some things that I did not get to complete over those 30 years that I worked for the cultural park. So in order to complete some of those works that I've done before, I created the Shigaraki Share Studio, and I'm in charge of running that. Please, let's move on to the next slide. Shigaraki looks like this. It's a village. It's a very rustic village. It's a scene that you can see in any countries. It's a village that can be found anywhere. And it's a first-generation ceramic production area in Japan. There are many things to see around here, even tourism. Next slide, please. There are Yanagami kiln that can be seen throughout the village. That was the picture. And this is another picture of the village. Please, next. This is called Shigaraki Yaki, or the Shigaraki ceramic. So I prepared this slide to show you what it exactly looks like. So Shigaraki Yaki is referred to, the traditional ceramics, and it is a epitome of the self-glazed ceramics that is made in Japan. This is from the 15th to 16th century. As a matter of fact, they are still being made since the 15th to 16th century. Next slide, please. So while running the residency program at Shigaraki Ceramic Production Area, while living in this area, you cannot help but to think about the characteristics of this Shigaraki Ceramic Production Area. And some of the characteristics include that, first of all, you can obtain raw materials very quickly, and you have many people, including those who are working in the ceramic industry, all around you. And there are people around you who can make objective evaluations. And they would evaluate the artwork that you produced, and this also provides a sales network base based on which you will sell your product. So it's a good environment for artists. So economically speaking, Shigaraki is not well off, but it does have its strength as a ceramic production area. And in this place, I've run this artist in residence program for 30 years. Next slide, please. This is the picture of the Shigaraki Ceramic Cultural Park and its residency. So right straight ahead is the kilns building, there's a studio building, and there's a dormitory building. And people from many countries come here, exchange with each other, make their own products, and so on. Next slide, please. So the residency program at Shiragaki Ceramic Cultural Park accommodates many artists. So on a yearly basis, we would accommodate about 40 to 50 artists. And their average period of stay is around 3 to 4 months. People who come from overseas usually stay shorter. So the artists from overseas and the artists from Japan are on a 50-50 basis. So in this residency program, people can exchange various ideas. So in Japan, there's a word that is trending these days. It's cultural diversity. And this is a studio in which the exchange of cultural diversity is possible. In my experience of operating residency, this is a very important point, very important element. You don't look at yourself in the mirror and say, oh, wow, I look interesting. This looks fun. You would look at other people, things that you don't know about. And once you learn about something new, you would think that that's fun, that's exciting, that's stimulating, and that you'd want to exchange with them. So we would be able to combine and integrate various different elements here in the residency. That's the very philosophy of the residency. Now, I would like to introduce some artists who have done their work at the Shiragaki Ceramic Cultural Park. Next slide, please. First is Mr. Imai Masayuki. He makes traditional ceramics. Next slide, please. Next, please. These are some of his works. He makes large vessels like these. And the vessel's surface, as you can see, is inlaid with animal prints like fish and crab and so on. And then these vessels are fired in the Anagami kiln. And he is very still active in this field. Next slide, please. This is an artist from the United States. As I said earlier, we do have many artists visiting from overseas. And Mr. Peter Volkus is the first generation ceramic artist in the US modern ceramics. He visited the cultural park 2 times in 1955 and 1996 based on our invitation. Mr. Peter Volkos made such works, as you can see on the screen. So he actually made these pieces at the Shiragaki Ceramic Cultural Park, and he donated them to the local gallery. So automatically, we were able to create an archive of Mr. Peter Volkos, and that's how things are usually done at the cultural park. Next slide, please. Now we see an entirely different picture. This person is a very popular modern artist in Japan. His name is Nara Yoshimoto. He's done a lot of work at the cultural park. Since 2012 or 2013 until now. He's visited many times to make his work. I believe that most of his ceramic works, if I understand it correctly, are made at the Shiragaki Ceramic Cultural Park. And these works being made at the cultural park actually serves as a stimulus to other artists in here. And that's one important vision or goal of the Artist in Residency program. This is a work by Ikemura Reiko, who is living in Germany. And Ikemura does both photo work and also sculpture work. And of course, Ikemura stayed in the residency program, was part of the residency program at the cultural park. And the picture that you just saw is titled Usagi Kanon, or the Rabbit Kwanye. It's a very big piece. If you put the top part and bottom part together, they are over 3 meters. So one of the things that make this cultural park appeal to people is that they are able to come to the park and do this kind of work that you've just seen above. So as for my Artist in Residency program, I was confident that this would enable them to go into the next step. And it was positioned well in terms of the cultural and administrative circles in Japan. So I thought about this idea that we should now focus on inviting young artists. So in other words, we facilitated a change in generation. So now I'd like to introduce young artists. So this artist is named Kuwata Takuro, and you see his work on the screen. So we invited him, and the work that he's producing here is now exhibited in Japan. And after he made this work, his reputation went up, and we actually afterwards received a lot of calls from other people asking whether they can work at the Shiragaki Ceramic Cultural Park. Now, this is called a Sogetsu Hall, located in Tokyo, Japan, and you can see that his works are in display here. So these large artworks can be made at our cultural park, and this is one of our selling points. And these are pictures from the exhibition once again. Next page, please. Then, why did we decide to invite young artists? Let me tell you why. So I told you that residency program allows artists to take that next step. And when we think about that, and when we think about the age of the artist, I believe that young artists are the ones who really need to go take that next step. And therefore, I thought that perhaps we could play a role in facilitating a change in generation in the ceramic industry. I feel a bit apologetic when I say this to the older ceramic artists, but we really need to put the young artists out there in the market. We are living in an era of globalization, and we need to foster young artists who can go into the international arena and to display their work there. So it was around in 2010 when we began this change in generation and really put focus on this work. And afterwards, we engaged in many other exchanges. And what is still remaining as a pending issue or a pending task is that it's related to this question: how can we connect this residency to local industry? So basically, we need to think about the equipment owned by the businesses and the know-hows that they accumulated for a long period of time, that can be provided by the local industry in the Shigaraki area. And then another material that we can use is the emotional aspects of the artist. And we thought about how we can make these artists cross paths. So we actually did conduct some related programs. Allow me to introduce them to you now. Now, the first program is a collaborative work between a famous artist, Matsui Toshio, and another person who is a wheel lathe technician named Okuda Bungo. So we actually demanded something challenging, or rather the artist, Mr. Matsui, demanded something challenging to the technician, Mr. Okuda, and their collaboration produced this interesting work. We made 2 to 3 of these kind of big works, and I asked the question to Mr. Matsui, and he said that his work or his effort alone would not have enabled him to make this piece, but thanks to collaboration with a technician, this was made possible. And as for Mr. Okuda, he said that he would have never imagined such method without the idea of Mr. Matsui. So once again, putting the ideas of the two people together produced such creative artwork. Now to the next case. Next case involves Mr. Yanagihara Mutsuo, who is a seasoned artist. And he actually makes use of cheap, mass-produced items. So Mr. Yanagihara, as you can see on the left, is very well known for his contemporary pieces. And his contemporary pieces focuses on traditional aspects as well. So in other words, he takes the strengths or the benefits of the traditional artwork, and he makes use of mass-produced vessels as materials to create contemporary pieces. Next, we have a product designer named Sakayaki Masatoshi. He visited the residency and looked around the area. I'm sure you have a similar tool in Korea too. But there is something called the tube mill that digs soil out in a cylindrical shape. And the Shigaraki had a company or a business that made such tube mill, and he used that to dig soil out in a cylindrical shape. And then he cut some of it out and stuck them together in a reversed way. And by stacking them together, he created this cylindrical work with these gentle curves. So we were able to utilize the technology that the local community has to offer in order to produce such artwork. It's titled Climb Blue. Now, this work is another example. So it incorporated the technique to create furniture to art piece. So Mr. Tanio Akio visited the cultural park, and he made use of large garden furniture that is produced at Shigaraki. Next slide. So this is the entire process. So of course, we cannot be very detailed and specific with your usual industrial products, but this is the work that we do. So we would add value to the existing industrial products, as you can see. And that's what appeals to people. And that's how we're able to produce new products, introduce new items to the people. Next case is a very similar case. So Mr. Tomaru Toshio made these prototypes that you see on the screen. This was made with soil. You can see that it's a hexagon-shaped cylinder added with decorations on the surface. So he carved and made the decorations by hand, and you can make use of this piece in various ways, and it's a hexagonal shape. And it can be made to be used as tables and chairs and so on. So we made many attempts through the program that we do, and what I can tell you is that we failed to go into commercialization because we did receive some support from the administrative side, and in terms of the budget, it was very difficult to commercialize these products. But we were able to get a lot of new ideas and hints from these projects. Now, next is a work made by a young artist. So you can see these. There are many frog sculptures around Shigaraki, and this artist made use of these frog items. And again, we were not able to commercialize the products. But as I said earlier, I do run my own studio. And I hope that, and this was a great program for my studio to get involved in such great initiative. And now allow me to tell you about the businesses that my studio does. So we want to create new products from the viewpoint of ceramic artists and artists. And this can be difficult, but we wanted to give everything a try. That's the focus of our studio. If we do not do such work, we will not be able to revitalize the local economy. And therefore, that's what our business or studio aims to do. So that was the photo of my studio. And next, this is our business plan. So we want to add the emotional aspects of the artist to the local economy. And that was precisely what I have done at the Shigaraki Ceramic Cultural Park. And I'm going to keep continuing that work at the studio that I run today. Thank you very much for listening to my presentation. I shared the things that I actually did with you. And I'm sorry that I was not able to show you a success case. Rather, I was able to share some failed cases with you. But I hope that it will be of a help to you in coming up with your own creative ideas going forward. Thank you. Thank you very much. So he had been working at the Shigaraki Ceramic Cultural Parks, the Artist in Residence program for 30 years, and his presentations had many implications for us. Being in the same field for 30 years has allowed him to make various attempts in terms of ceramic art. He was able to boost the ability and capacity of the ceramic artists working there at the park, and he connected them to local industry and local economy to come up with new and creative ideas. And we appreciate the work that he has done, and thank you for the implications and insights that you have given us. So that is the end of the sixth and last presentation. And in a short moment, we will invite the lecturers as well as Professor Lee Seung-yeol as our special panel to hold our roundtable discussion. But we would have to shorten our break time because we're running out of time. So we will see you in a short while. Thank you very much.
아니 이거 그냥 혼자 할게요 이거. 혼자 이렇게 해놓고 다시 제자리로 해야 돼. 이거 여기다가 채워줘야 돼. 이거 하고 나서 채워줘야 돼. 야 이거 잡아봐.
안내 말씀드리겠습니다.
May I make an announcement? Allow me to make an announcement. So, the 2 sessions of the 2021 International Craft Forum has come to an end. Now we will have a roundtable discussion session inviting all the lecturers and a special panel. After the roundtable discussion, we will have a Q&A session. So please stay with us until the very end. We will now invite the moderator to the floor once again. Now we will begin the roundtable discussion. So we are quite behind in terms of time. But thank you very much, audiences online and offline, for staying with us. You are indeed true audiences. You have the attitude of true audiences. So we have 2 lecturers online, 4 lecturers offline, and a special panel offline joining us. So we will now invite all of them to the podium.
네, 이제부터 라운드
So we will now begin the roundtable discussion. So the topic of today's forum is symbiosis, or coexisting with differences. So we have 2 speakers from overseas connected online. It's very nice to meet you. Mr. Jesse Ringham and Mr. Sugiyama Michio, it's a pleasure to meet you too. So in terms of difference, we have people who are working in different fields, doing different things. And as a special panel, we have invited Professor Lee Seung-yeol, and he's not joining us as a lecturer, but as a panel speaker. And in this world that is changing rapidly, he is using digital to do his work in craft, and he's going to therefore give us his input based on his experience. So Professor Lee Seung-yeol's specialty lies in metal craft. And decorative digitalism is something that he's been pursuing these days. So using digital, we are now able to do things that we were unable to do before. We are now able to express things that we were not able to express before. And that's the idea of his concept of decorative digital. So we want to ask him the role of digital in craft. So Professor, could you be the first one to speak?
Good afternoon. As have been introduced, I am Lee Seung-yeol of Kookmin University. Well, I did receive this grand introduction from the moderator. Using digital to create results, that's the type of that work that I've been doing very recently. It hasn't been all that long, but I believe that times are requiring us to work with digital. And because I'm a professor, I see that students are interested in digital. And that is why I started to think about how we could use digital for craft. Related to this, rather than specifically talking about just digital, we need to think about collaboration with different industries. Sekiyama-san also talked about how we need to work with products. And so that is the type of collaboration that we are envisioning with the industry to use digital for our craft. At the Awon Gallery located in Samcheong-dong in Seoul, we talked about digital decoration, and that was an exhibition that we utilized to create artistic work using digital technologies. We invited designers and artists from home and abroad so that they can actually utilize digital for decorative purposes. And that is why we had a jewelry exhibition. Well, Mr. Jesse Leham talked about utilizing digital as a platform for communication.
디지털 테크놀로지
So digital technology would be used as a tool, and that was talked about in his presentation. And now listening to Professor Lee Seung-yeol, now this digital technology could be part of the tool for craftsmen as well. You know, in the past, the craftsmen used their hands as a tool to create their work, but now digital technology enables them to expand that function of their hand to create more things, new things that we were not able to think about before. So I'm sure we will have a chance to talk more about those digital technologies going forward. But I think I would like to hear the comments from the lecturers in the order that they gave their presentation.
좀
Well, let me now first address artist Lee Kwang-ho. During your presentation, you showed us how you are knotting all things that can be knotted. And you are also trying out different techniques of knotting and also incorporating knitting. But you actually majored in metalwork. And the various pieces that you are doing actually do not have many traces from metalwork. Concerning the data for craft and taxonomy of craft, we see that the classifications are not clear-cut as you would see at schools, because we are used to classifying different forms of craft using materials, and our education system requires us to classify them as much as possible. But now I see through your work, you are going beyond the boundaries of different types of craft. And so as an artist, since you are bringing down those barriers, what do you believe is the meaning of new materials, and what inspires you? Well, first of all, when you select a certain major, it doesn't necessarily mean that you are limited to certain materials and certain methods. I majored in metalwork, and because I worked with metal, I believe that other materials felt easier to work with compared to metal. But when I graduated from college, I actually wanted to try out other materials, and I was confident that I could try other materials because I had already worked with a very difficult material of metal. And I think through my work in the beginning, I wanted to prove that I could work with other materials. But in the beginning, it wasn't as easy as I had thought. And I think this is in line with what you have asked. Why am I working with cable when I'm a metalwork major? Because I did not major in this field, many people thought that my work would be referenced back to metalwork, but the process that I am showing, the results that I am proving, actually shows that I don't need to reflect metalwork. And that actually builds on my confidence. And as you have seen in my pictures, I am able to show you a wide variety of artwork. So material, for me, I believe that there are more materials that I have not experienced. There are more materials that I could work with in the future. And so rather than being inspired by a certain material, I think I aspire to a certain artwork and I select materials as needed. It's not about trying out different materials, but rather it is about selecting a certain material for the work that is needed. Well, we have Mr. Yang Sok-jung sitting right next to you. And do you remember in his presentation how he paid tribute to the wood that he works with? He experiences the faces and the views of the wood that he is using, and that was quite impressive. So the stories that you have about the materials that you work with and the thoughts that you have about these materials, I believe, are different, but at the same time, the same. So they may look like they are contrasting, but they are actually about something very similar. So, Mr. Yang, what do you believe about this? Well, concerning materials, I believe that I started to work with wood because I just loved wood. I just decided to work with wood because I enjoyed working with wood. I loved the way it felt on the texture. And so I just wanted to use wood for something. Before working with wood, I worked with people. And so I wanted to work with something that was not people. Would it be earth or rocks or metal? But wood really spoke to me. It gave me a warmth that I could not feel from other materials. But the more I got to know wood, the more difficult it was to work with wood because it's organic. It still has this form of life. It really is organic in a scientific definition of organic. And so that makes it more difficult to work with. And it's very difficult to mix in other materials with wood. So let me now circle back to the original presentation order.
Now, this is a question to Mr. Jesse Ringham. Can you hear us?
Yes, I can. Hello, everyone.
네. 그
So thank you for your presentation. It was indeed highly interesting. So you talked about the role of digital in the work that we do. And actually, this talk has been going on since the early 2000s, even when you were working in Tate. And Nicholas Serota, the director at the time, said, it was very painful words, and he said digital will have to become the domain of all the work that we do going forward. So whether it be creative work or symbiosis or information, everything would be digitalized, and that's not all. But now even culture and arts, from the producers to people who enjoy them, will have to have this digital technology to some extent. And as you know, craft is the basics of this material culture. We would touch the material with hand and make something that is useful. That's the very beginning or the starting point of craft. Then, then how can we disseminate craft using digital? What kind of strategies are needed in order to do that? Can you explain to us?
Yes, sure. I think that's a really good point. I think it's worth thinking there's two sides to digital. The side that I work predominantly with is the way digital can open up the world of craft, that can open up the world of arts to many, many more people. The reason I got into this game in the creative world was to spread the world of of art, being an individual, being able to create something that is unique to as many people as possible. And digital has been the perfect way to do that. It's been the cement between the artist, the craftsperson, and the public, the audience. And it's brought them together. Like we're doing right now, thousands of miles away, and we can still have a conversation about creativity and culture and craft. So I've used digital, especially at Tate, to take the gallery, take the artists outside the walls, outside bricks and mortar, to people from all over the world, so they can experience artists live in their studio. They can see works happening in front of their eyes. They get an idea of what it's like to be an artist or a craftsperson. So digital has been a blessing in many ways. And specifically at the time when Nick was there, like you were saying, in the early 2000s, a lot of people feared digital, said it's going to replace, the experience of being, in the gallery, seeing works on the wall, being able to touch wood, rock, metal. But it hasn't. Don't fear change. Digital's there purely to work. It's a marriage of the physical experience and the virtual experience. And it will never replace the physical experience of being able to witness a work on the wall. But it's there to help interpret, decipher, make the whole cultural world a lot more accessible for people that are, haven't had the opportunity to go to a museum, go to a gallery, see a work. The other side of the coin with digital is that artists more and more are using digital to create work, to create new types of work. Never be afraid of like a new discipline at the end of the day. And there's certain artists there that are trying to use digital, whether it's in a virtual reality space or an AR space. But we've got to open up as well to younger audiences coming in who have grown up digital first. And it all leads back to the physical. It all leads back to creative.
네. 지금 통역
Thank you. There were some technical disruptions in between in terms of interpretation, but we were able to listen to your comment nevertheless. Thank you for that clear answer to my question. So,
Thank you.
so last year, this concept of metaverse came to the surface, and it wasn't widely known as it is today last year, but maybe next year, the trend of craft fair will happen within the metaverse space. Maybe we will travel around the metaverse space and meet each other there. Maybe that will become possible just next year. So because of COVID-19, we were not able to meet each other face to face last year, although the forum was still held. And at the London Select Forum, people were able to meet the artists online, and the artist products were sold online. And actually, more artworks were sold online than other years when they were sold offline, I heard. So as Mr. Jesse Ringham said, this connectivity, the power of connectivity that digital has, and its power to deliver information is indeed very powerful. And I agree with him. Thank you very much.
정 작가님 아까
Well, we did speak to Mr. Yang Sok-jong very briefly, but nevertheless, you talked about your teacher, who is a intangible cultural heritage holder, and it was great to see that picture where you were learning from your teacher. Learning from a teacher means that you are learning the traditional techniques of creating the intangible cultural heritage. And I understand that the relevant criteria is set by the Intangible Cultural Heritage Law, and I understand that there's a procedure that you need to follow in order to learn the intangible cultural heritages of Korea. Having said that, my question is, if this is true, I understand that you do different work, for example, collaboration with designers, and I understand that you also create pieces of furniture for the modern environment. But as you have learned from an intangible cultural heritage holder, are there any difficulties in the confinement that you feel from this heritage itself? So could you be frank with us in talking about any limitations or constraints that you feel? That really is a very difficult question. Well, my teacher may be in the audience. She could hear what I have to say. And someone may deliver what I say to her. Well, intangible cultural heritage sometimes does become a constraint to an artist. The Korean law related to intangible cultural heritages is related to preserving the original state. And it's not about maintaining it just as it is, but it is about the maintaining the core of the heritage. So because intangible cultural heritages sometimes have functions, is not about creating replicas of the heritage itself, but it is about creating pieces of work based on the intangible cultural heritage to create something that is appropriate for the current environment. And there's also the expression of creative succession of the heritage in the law. So I do think there is a little bit of room for interpretation. The teacher always said, if you just learn from my techniques, you will never be better than me, she used to say. So I believe that she thinks that we can advance this heritage, and the law gives us room to do that. Of course, we need to learn the fundamental techniques, but to go beyond that is up to me. That's what I believe. Thank you very much for your answer. I'm sorry that I asked this very difficult question, but thank you very much for your frank answer. Well, I worked on the opening of the Seoul Museum of Craft Art, and in that role, I gave a lot of thought in defining the meeting of the old and the new. And I was also asked this question a lot in my capacity. And so that is why I wanted to address this question to you, because I believe that this was a relevant topic.
말씀을 드리겠습니다.
Next is my question to Director Kim Se-young. So you haven't worked in your capacity for 30 years like Mr. Sugiyama did. Nevertheless, you have served as the director of this gallery space for quite a long period of time. And you met many artists from different fields. And working together with them, you really worked to make sure that craft is blended into our daily lives. And I'm sure that many of the people in the craft industry here with us today appreciate the work that you have done. So you actually provide spaces as a business, as a company. But going beyond that, you're not exactly a business that is too far away from craft. In other words, the thing that you do is somewhat related to craft and art. Your company, Royal Company, does work that is somewhat related to ceramics and craft. And I think that's what allows you to work even closer with these artists. And sometimes, companies and artists collaborate with each other to create this very well-known, expensive product that becomes very famous. And so do you have any long-term plans to create such a product, in your company? Yes, of course, we do have that in mind. Please give her a big hand. She said, of course. She said, of course, she's thinking about that. So whenever we are making products, we always think about how we can make better, higher quality products. That's our key concern. The highest quality product can be made when we incorporate the innovative spirit and innovative ideas of the artists. That's the way forward for the manufacturing companies like us. So while building this big factory, we also built a large, complex space for exhibition and performances because we have affection towards art and craft. So someone just gave me a note with all the questions that we received via Zoom and YouTube, and thank you so much for your enthusiasm. So this is a question to Mr. Sugiyama. So you have basically dedicated almost all your life into doing the same thing and yet making many changes, and I was very inspired by your presentation. The Sugiyama Shared Studio is the studio that you are running right now at Shiogaki, right? And I hope that the studio will meet with greater success going forward. And the question that I have to you is, you showed us many cases and many examples. So you made use of the local characteristics of the community that you live in and the companies or the businesses that are there in local community and artists. So all these three elements were put together to create a program, and I'm sure this was not an easy task. So what was the biggest challenge for you that you had to overcome? Because putting people together from different fields is not an easy task. There are many people here who want to create their own residency. Many local governments want to run their own residency program. And also the second question is, so in order to make accomplishments in terms of the residency program, what kind of advice can you give to them, including challenges that you had to overcome? Thank you for the question. You just gave me a very difficult question as well. So for the past 10 years, the administrative agency here in Japan worked together with the Ministry of Culture, and the Ministry of Culture has made sure that residency is positioned well within the Japanese society. And of course, sustainability was the key. The Ministry of Culture thought about the sustainability of the residency and us as well. Then how can we make sure that these residencies are sustainable? First, how are we going to evaluate them? The evaluation standard is very important. For example, in terms of the Shigaraki Ceramic Cultural Park, we would use a certain amount of our budget every year to invite artists, and we would keep track of what artists from what countries, how many countries joined us here at the cultural park, and we would make them into data. So this is a quantitative evaluation, right? So it's a very simple, to some extent, a simple evaluation standard or simple evaluation indicator. But another difficult thing is what we call the episode evaluation. So for example, let's say an artist comes into the park and does work with other artists or other local people. And this would create some sort of a ripple effect within the community. And after the artist leaves the cultural park, how long would that ripple effect remain at the local community? And this is very difficult to evaluate. It's qualitative. But because we're living in an era of social media like Facebook and Instagram, many artists use these social media platforms. And I make use of these platforms to keep track of that ripple effect that I talked about. Whether how long this ripple effect remains in the community and among the artists. And so, we can keep track of how these artists are doing after they leave the cultural park. So that is also taken into consideration when we make an evaluation of the residency. And of course, I can talk about numerous challenges that I faced. We have many artists coming from different countries with different backgrounds, and they do what they want to do at the cultural park, at the Artist in Residency program. So basically, we would have to be willing to listen to their different stories and make sure that they find answers to the questions that they have. So in other words, this requires patience. Without patience, we will not be able to run a residency program for a long period of time. I hope that answered the question. Thank you very much. Patience is a key word that you talked about. I will definitely take that to my heart.
예,
The next question goes to Professor Woo Kwan-ho. Well, during your presentation, you talked about dissemination from various perspectives. How to disseminate, where to disseminate, are some of the topics that you touched upon. And you also mentioned the Seoul Museum of Craft Art. And as someone who participated in the opening of the museum, we opened on July 15th, and we were quite pleasantly surprised. Of course, due to COVID-19, we had to limit the number of visitors to 500 per day. But from the very first day, we were quite surprised to see that it was very difficult to make a reservation for our museum. So those who wanted to come to the museum actually found themselves in a position where they had to click very hard to reserve a spot for the museum. And the younger generation who have accounts on Instagram, especially the Gen MZs, they started to talk about how they were pleasantly surprised by what craft was. They were amazed at what craft actually was. The exhibition that we have displayed at our museum was not made up of craft art that could not be seen anywhere else, but the way we approach the art, the way we exhibit it through space telling, that actually won the attention of the younger generation, and they felt like art felt very different when they visited our museum. And so I think the role of the place of dissemination was something that we thought about thanks to the popularity of the Seoul Museum of Craft Art. Professor Wu also mentioned this in his presentation. There are many policies and agencies for dissemination. There are various craft art galleries. There is the Cheongju Biennale, which has been hosted for the last 20 years. I was very surprised to see the history of dissemination because we have had the craft exhibition for over 15 years. So there are various craft clusters that have already been achieved in Tongyeong, in Cheonju, and in Wonju. So in locations across the country, we have craft clusters, policies, and craft museums. But as we have mentioned, we all have shortcomings. They feel like there is no place for dissemination. There is no place to go see craft art. So everyone talks about the shortcomings. Professor Wu, given the large number of craft art-related exhibitions and galleries, why do we feel like there is a big shortcoming? Well, I received this question beforehand, so I am prepared to answer this question. I don't know if you will like this answer, but I'm going to be quite frank. Well, what is the profit of Royal Gallery? When you invite artists to your gallery, then what kind of profit do you make? Do you make a profit? Well, it's not a large profit. Well, is it a profit or a minus? Well, when we have a craft art exhibition, we do not pay rent because our gallery space is provided by the company. So if we sell, then we do make a profit. Yes, you're making a profit. Yes, many people are interested. So based on the fact that you don't pay rent, you have a profit. So that's your answer, okay? I have a question to former director Kim Jong-hwa. I have a question for you. Compared to the budget of the Seoul Museum of Craft Art, how many visitors do you have, and how much is it costing per visitor to run the museum? Well, it's very difficult for me to tell you the exact figures at this point in time. It's only been 3 months since we opened the museum. At the same time, we opened during COVID-19, and so we were not able to normalize the operation of the museum. So I don't think I can talk about the figures. Are you not able to disclose the figures? Well, let me generalize that. So public museums, because of the public aspect, we try to calculate how much it costs per visitor to service them. And we always think about how much of a cost do we get back from ticket sales. For public museums, well, there are big differences whether you include the ticket profits or not, but we usually say that about 30% of the budget comes from the tickets, and that's a good percentage. And so we do have various balances for different museums. Well, I don't know if that was a rude question to you, but I like to ask these frank questions. So we have an open competition for craft. I think it was under the Ministry of SMEs. They actually go through regional contests first, and I actually participated as a judge for one of the regional contests. So if you win that regional contest, you are given 20 million won as a prize. But less than 100 artwork is brought to the contest. Well, Craft, is that so difficult? Everyone says it's really difficult, but is it because the artists, they don't have that fighting power within them? Everyone says it's difficult to do craft, and those who say that are artists themselves. And just like Director Kim has mentioned, I think there's actually a lot of opportunities that are available. We have the Gyeonggi Ceramics International Contest. Do you know how many artists from Korea participate in that contest? If we take all of this into consideration, I think compared to the number of ceramic artists, there is actually too much support. And too much support means that various institutions and policies are quite redundant. Do you know that there is the Ceramics Museum in Busan and also in Gangjin? They both specialize in blue celadons. But the Gangjin blue celadons, they are the ones without the specific prints. And why do you have to go to Gangjin to look at it? Why not see that, display that in Seoul? So we have to think about whether the networking is present for different art spaces and contests, policies and institutions. So we have a lot of exhibitions, a lot of policies, a lot of space for exhibiting this artwork, but there's no networking. Why do we have to go to a certain location to see the work? But some people say, why don't you just use digital platforms to view the artwork? If you use digital platforms, can you feel the warmth of the wood that Mr. Yang talked about? Why can't we collaborate in planning exhibitions together? If that happens, then I think those who are living outside of Seoul can also have more experiences to see artwork for themselves. Sugiaka-san talked about how we need patience. I think we need to have patience in talking about this today. Well, I always talk about this wherever I go. But what is some of the practical solutions that we have? In a nutshell, I think we need to have someone who is responsible for this. Who is going to be responsible? Well, I think the moderator should draw that conclusion because you're the one who is the most well aware of the situation. And you used to be the director of the Seoul Museum of Craft Art, so maybe you should be the one answering this question. Well, as an artist, when I work with the academia or the institutions, it seems that their thoughts are very different from the artist. So if you win a contest, are you a good artist? I question that. So if you receive the grand prize at the contest, does it mean that that artist is the best? And does that mean that that artist will have a rosy future? That's actually a thought that you may have, but is that the only form of dissemination? That's what I question. I believe that receiving is necessary in order to have sending. You need to have sending and receiving at the same time. So if we're just trying to send out our artwork, that may be a less sophisticated form of dissemination. When I want to talk about my story, when I want to show people what I am doing, that's the time for dissemination. When I do my work, I think we need to help artists to not hurry. I've been working for the last year. Let's say I started in 2007 to 2008, and nobody really gave me good critique during that year. And if I had quit after that year, would I be on stage today to talk about this? I've never won a contest, and I've never actually won any government support. I submitted my proposal, but I've never won any support. And if I don't win support from the government, if I don't win any contest, does it mean that I'm losing in this competition? I still have so much to show. And I believe that I should be responsible for displaying my own work. It's not about asking for money from institutions. For artists, this may be a perspective that we have, and it may be different from the perspective of museums and institutions. I think you need to be able to see artists through for 5 years, for 10 years, because they have so much more to show you. But just because they have not won a contest, just because they have not won government support through a proposal, it doesn't mean that they are a failed artist. That really is something that I cannot relate to. I see aspiring artists and I see great artists, and sometimes they cannot make money off of their artwork now, but later on they can make a lot of money off of their art, and vice versa. Who can make that decision? Nobody can make that decision for them. The artists themselves have to be responsible for their artwork. What we need to have is an environment to see artists through. Some artists may have this type of thought. Other artists may have different ideas. And artists all live different lives. And so whether you are students or whether you are aspiring artists, I think that is the support that they need, an environment to see them through. Well, I think we need to give him a big round of applause for that answer. Can I add to this? You talked about international contests. Of course, we don't need contests. You don't need contests for artwork to work. But what we're discussing today is about why it's difficult to do craft. I don't think you have to talk about personal stories here. Contests, do they have the right to evaluate? If you are approaching it from that perspective, why do we have the Olympics? Why do we have the contest for riders? Well, you could be a great athlete without winning a medal from the Olympics. So why should we have the Olympics? So I don't think it's about right or wrong. But what I want to say is that there are many opportunities in the world, and by seizing these opportunities, artists will have an opportunity to mature as an artist. So I'm not going to talk about whether this is right or wrong. Living as an artist. Well, after you graduate from college with an art degree, how many people remain an artist? Do you know how many metalwork artists there are today, Mr. Lee? Well, I have not counted all metalwork artists in Korea, but I tried to see how many artists there are. Do you think there's more than 100? I think there's more than 100. So there are more than 100 metalwork artists, and all 100 of them. Are they all doing well like you? Well, I don't think that's the criteria that we should be using. I feel that I was lucky. And I cannot speak for all of the artists. So this is what I want to ask. So sometimes your art does well, sometimes it doesn't do well, and vice versa. But when we look at craft, what we have to do is think about some policies to facilitate craft. That's what we're discussing at this round table today. Yes, Professor Wu turned the question to me since I'm the moderator, so he bombarded me with this great responsibility. As someone who planned the Seoul Museum of Craft Art and as a person who works in planning various museums, I believe that the core concept is excellence. We have to think about what is excellence. We have to have this vision of what is excellence. Well, we talked about how Sugiyaka-san talked about patience, that you have to be patient for decades. And that vision, that patience was possible because he had his own vision of excellence. Many institutions that you mentioned, do they have a vision? And is that a vision that can contribute to craft art? If we ask these questions and talk about these topics, then I believe that we can have a long-term view and continue to accumulate the appropriate visions and results. We need to be responsible as a disseminator, but at the same time, we also have to think about taste. That is another issue that we have to deal with. It's not about what is good or bad, but what is approachable, what could be appreciated. I think the trend fair is making an effort from that direction. Well, Jesse James also mentioned, Mr. Jesse Ringham mentioned, well, we have to think about the audience. In many cases, the disseminator may think, I've already disseminated, so I've done my job. But we have to think about the audience. And so from a policy aspect, how can we calmly build these policies and visions? And that may actually bridge the gap between artists and institutes. I don't think that would be a silver bullet for these issues, but let's go on to other questions.
한 번씩 이렇게
Now we have allowed all the lecturers and speakers to make at least one comment. So now we will have a time to take questions from the floor. Perhaps they have not just a question, but also a comment. So if you could raise your hand, I will turn the microphone over to you. Yes, the gentleman at the front, can you pass the mic to him? Hello, my name is Park Ki-dong, and I have a question to Professor Woo Gan-ho.
So that's why I have asked for the floor. Before I ask the question, I think I need to introduce myself as a context for the question. I am in the area of Hongdae, and I am expanding my studio into a gallery based on leather work. So you talked about sending and receiving, and that really is related to supply and demand in marketing. For example, if there's an artist, or if there's an industry that cannot disseminate their work, I think there is the function of an agency that is needed. Up until now, I have worked on policy exhibition for urban regeneration. That's mostly the work that we have done at our studio. So not only did we do leather work, but also commercial and exhibition activities. And we see that artists can be added to urban regeneration. And so we actually plan exhibitions related to artwork used for urban regeneration. So whether it be B2C or B2B, there is a heightened demand for artwork related to craft. So, Professor, you talked about how there should be an agency that can bridge sending and receiving, and that is the type of gallery that I am preparing to open. So, the consumers who are receiving the artwork, if we are to send the artwork to them, then we have to clearly define the customers. Professor Wu, you talked about the people who are enjoying selected culture. Are you talking about expanding that selected culture market, or are you talking about expanding to the mass market? Well, I wonder about what your vision is for this aspect. I don't think that there is such a differentiation or a categorization in the market. Well, we call this sending and receiving, but for example, through Biennales, we have brought in artwork from overseas. But this is about sending out Korean artwork. That is the receiving and sending that I mentioned. And what you mentioned, Mr. Park, is a completely different market. I don't think anybody will know the answer to this. Will the Korean Craft and Design Foundation know how big the market is? Do you think Director Kim Jong-hwa knows about the potential size of the market? Well, I think that we need data now. We need to have data so that we can use data to have efficient mediation, so that they can be more proactive in mediation. And I believe that such data will be accumulated in order to grow the market.
앞으로 공예 그
Well, at the Korea Craft and Design Foundation, I think we have a new role now. The Ministry of Culture, Sports, and Tourism actually publishes a relevant report, and in that report, they mentioned that the craft market is 4 trillion won per year. So I don't know where this 4 trillion won came from, but when we talk about the craft market, we usually say that it's a 4 trillion won market. That is the official figure of the policymakers. So it's not a figure that I have come up with, but that's a figure that I use because it is an official figure. Well, concerning this topic,
분석으로
Maybe at the Jesse James Agency, you've made a relevant analysis on the audiences. Do you have anything to answer about this?
I think there's such a urgency to use data to, for all different reasons, to really target the type of audiences that you want to reach in terms of the visitor figures, what exhibitions they're seeing, what purchases they're making, what comments they're making through social media. I work, with many different data sources at the moment. All marketeers like to get this thing called a 360 overview of what the customer looks like. And the idea is to get them from someone who is, just touched the arts, just about to break in, and get them more loyal and really bring them slowly closer to the exhibition, closer to the museum. And we do this through really identifying, how frequently they visit the museums, the gallery spaces. And the idea is to really then focus on this thing called lifetime marketing. So it's to look at the point of when they're the highest potential there to donate to the museum or even become a member and, eventually become a sponsor. So data is just crucial in sharpening the type of campaigns that we're putting out from a communication point of view. It's really important to make sure that data also streamlines the interpretation of the artist, of the artwork that we're putting out there, to make sure that it's relevant, it resonates with audiences as well. So I come from the commercial sector, you see, where data was pretty much at the heart of everything you do, and I've been applying that to the arts over the last 10 years, and it's so crucial to get that balance between data and creativity. As I was talking in the lecture, you need to understand the customer, you need to understand, that their behavior, their interests, and social media also has been vital to do that as well. People don't hold back on social media. They really talk about what they like and what they don't like. And so, I've been using that against more factual data, like transactional data, when people buy tickets, what they buy from the shop, the type of purchases they're making from the museums as well. I think data should be pretty much front and center. Then you have creativity, which is where you're introducing new works, new artists, things that they, are outside their comfort zone as well. So it's another way to how you can kind of model data as well there.
Thank you for that answer. So I abruptly gave you a question. Nevertheless, your answer was very on point, and we appreciate it. Anyone else has any questions? We are quite delayed. I do know that, but so rather than a question, I'd like to make a comment.
혹시
네네.
괜찮으시면은 그 발신 수신
So we talked about sending and receiving, and I think the direction of dissemination is probably the most important factor here. During the last few years, other than craft, I have done classes related to entrepreneurship, and I am also conducting classes related to marketing, for example, marketing related to craft. And so the artists, when they want to do art, there are many hurdles. So they create artwork, and they're very attached to this artwork. But just like someone in the audience mentioned, we need a mediator that can have an objective view of the art. If the artist would market the artwork himself or herself, it's very difficult to have an objective view. And so I think we should have dissemination in that direction through an agency. And that agency could be a private agency or a public agency, but I do believe that we need that role of mediation. When we think about the word dissemination, this word that was used by Professor Wu, we are talking about different factors and sides of dissemination. We are all disseminators, but we are all recipients in this world. So there is no organization that only sends out, and there are no organizations that just receives. So we send and receive together. It goes hand in hand. And this dissemination is not limited to the local area, but because we live in a digital world, everything is converged and everything is open, and everything can happen simultaneously in this world. And so when we think about this possibility, I don't think that we are leveraging this possibility to its maximum potential. The people who are on social networks are the younger people. And, well, I also use a social network, and I don't feel like I am of a younger group, so I'm not sure if I should be using younger to describe those who are using social networks. But through professional knowledge and using that on social networks can create communication. And I believe that you need a special skill to communicate on social networks, and you need a special sense of challenge to do this on social networks, even if you have the professional knowledge. So now we have to think that it's not a two-way communication, but a multi-way communication. And now we have to go to a new continent called metaverse. And so we have to take all of this into consideration and go back to the basics. And that is why today's dialogue was even more meaningful. We do have several online questions as well. There are some comments and questions. Let me briefly touch upon them.
회사에서
So I work for an industrial company. I've done work on functional coatings using coating facilities for display units and semiconductors. And I'm actually looking for to be connected with glass artists, glass craft artists. So, and I hope that there would be more programs that connect the industry and craft so that these materials can be expanded. So this was the gist of the question. And I think Director Kim Se-young of Gallery Royal said that such demand is on the rise. And so I think what the comment that you made beforehand that actually addresses this question. So let's skip over that. And the second question is that it's another person working for a business that companies have many programs like design thinking and trees and so on to solve problems and to expand ideas, creativity and materials and so on. But it seems that these software programs are still limited in the field of art. But I hope that there would be a chance for us in the art industry to learn about these software programs and to receive help in terms of coming up with new ideas and expanding materials and so on. So are there any programs of some sort that we can really make active use of in the art industry? Maybe Mr. Jesse Ringham knows some of those software programs that could be used in the field of art and craft?
Yes, of course. I would say there's two ways to think of it, really. You've got your website, which I would recommend is it's almost like your window into your craft. So I would really focus on those big, beautiful visuals of your work. Social media, really pick and choose the type of platform that you want to use, because a lot of driven by the type of audiences. Twitter has very much come back around, has a very large art and tech audience. Instagram is the art world baby, the darling. So everyone loves Instagram because it's visual first. Facebook is still fast, growing in developing countries as well. So have a think about those type of platforms, and then have a strategy for Instagram in terms of, are you going to be every Monday posting a particular photo of your studio? Almost treat it like you would a publication with various stories on various days. But I would also look at, things like analytics as well. If you're very interested in, how people are interacting with your website, Google Analytics is pretty much front and center. You can track people where they're coming from, how long they're spending on your site, how you need to adapt and develop your site appropriately. But at the end of the day, I think, especially in the market we're in, really look at the stories you have to tell about why you create craft, why you create art. Look at maybe incorporating film. Film is everything at the moment. All of our attention spans are so short, and film really says a million words. So maybe look at producing very short 10-second films of your work every day. I think film is very multi-purpose and multi-use as a result. One thing to bear in mind as well, weirdly, email marketing, developing newsletters has really become a trend again, especially over here in Europe. So people are now subscribing to newsletters from artists, from commentators, from design sites where all you do is develop a newsletter every week and people subscribe to them. So that's another interesting but very text-based way to start building audiences and connecting with audiences. And then the last thing is,
Thank you very much.
As well, and the metaverse is one of those areas that speaks very much to a younger audience, but already people are looking at how to develop their practices in a virtual space. So that's a really interesting angle to stay on top of as well.
네, 감사합니다.
Thank you very much. So Instagram was something that you mentioned, and Google Analytics was another tool that you mentioned as well. Thank you very much for the answer. Now, next question is to Mr. Sugiyama Michio. So I know that the Shigaraki Ceramic Cultural Park has a long history in terms of its artist in residency program. And is the Shigaraki Cultural Park in operation under the support of the Japanese government or the local government? And I would like to know how you secure the budget that is necessary to run the park. May I speak? So in terms of the Shigaraki Ceramic Cultural Park, the local government is in charge of budgeting. So of course, we will get budgets from the administrative side. So it's run based on a foundation. So we do not have to raise revenue or profit like businesses because we're kind of like a foundation. So did that answer the question? Well, actually, there was another question that was coupled with the first question. So there are many residency programs in Korea as well, but their budgets are being cut. So, just a minute, please. Do you have something to speak? I cannot hear you. I'm sorry. So the person who asked the question wanted to ask a question about the Shigaraki Share Studio, not the Shigaraki Ceramic Cultural Park. No? It's the Shigaraki Ceramic Cultural Park? Yes, it's the cultural park. The question was about the cultural park, not the Share Studio. Yes, anyway, the budgets for these residency programs here in Korea are being reduced, and I want to know the reason why. Maybe anyone from the, who are up on stage can answer this question. Professor Wu, maybe you're the one who can answer this question?
Well, reducing the budget for residency, well, that actually means that there are less residency spots available. And so the local governments, for example, the MMCA has the Changdong space. And related to craft art, there is the Kimhae Clay Art residency program. I don't have a lot of information about Changdong, but for Kimhae Clay Art space, due to COVID-19, they needed to operate a screening center, and they have more budgets allocated for medical services in that local government. And so for the last few years, they have not even been able to pay for their technicians. So it seems that for many local governments, a lot of their budget is allocated for COVID-19 related areas. So that is why they have less budget for residency programs. I hope that was a sufficient answer. We will accept the last question. So we need platforms to sell artwork. That was the last question that we were given. So I guess it's a question and a comment at the same time. Young artists and students, where can they sell their artwork? There is no platform for them to sell their artwork. And those who are creative artists, they need a platform where they can explain their artwork. But it seems that there is no method and platform to explain their artwork and to sell their artwork, so they look forward to such platforms being created. Who can comment on this? Well, relating to ceramics, there is claypot.net. I created this website in '99, and it's still in operation. When I started this website in 1999, I did not want to have a product category. Well, I don't know what it's like now, but monitors have different resolutions, especially in '99. Not all screens have the same resolution. And so a lot of people wanted to return the ceramics that they had purchased. Sometimes we would spend hundreds of millions of won to create platforms, but it's difficult to sell ceramics online because people want to touch it. They want to hear it after they knock on it, so they want to have the feel offline. But when we had the World Ceramics Expo, we had games and contests on packaging ceramics so that it would not break during shipments. So when we create a platform, someone has to be responsible for that platform. And I don't think any organizations wants to be responsible for the selling of ceramics. That is the reality. Anyone else?
도움이 될 수 있는
Well, I don't know if this would be helpful. I don't know if this would be a helpful answer. But the person who asked this question wanted to see more platforms where they could display their artwork and sell their artwork. I think there's a lot of platforms available, and Instagram is a platform. It's about knowing your customers and utilizing the existing platforms for that customer. Well, maybe your artwork may not be appropriate for a digital platform, or maybe it's more appropriate for offline events. If you are trying to sell your artwork, you have to know who your audience, who your customers are, and you have to know where they are. And so analyzing that is very important. So don't just wait for a platform. Think about what you are making and what you are selling and who your customers are and where they are. That should come first.
그 제시 링햄
I think Mr. Jesse Ringham raised his hand, but I'm truly apologize that we are running out of time. So I think we would have to wrap up because it's already over 6 o'clock here in Korea. Oh, we have another question from the audience. Okay, well, let me take that one last question.
안녕하세요. 저는 도자기를
Hello, my name is Choi Dae-jun, and I do ceramic work. My question is to Mr. Lee Kwang-ho. You talked about materials.
중에 도자기 관련
And I also saw that you do have artwork related to ceramics. So my question is, when you use other materials, then sometimes there are uncertainties related to that material. So how do you deal with these uncertainties? Or are you just delivering the messages that you want to deliver? And you are already a well-known artist. And so do you have the burden of trying to live up to expectations? Do you have any know-how on how to live up to expectations?
저 같은 경우에는 아까 보여드린
Well, for me, as I mentioned before in my presentation, I don't have any artwork that I display just once. And there are no materials that I just use once. I repeatedly use a certain material, and when I become confident of that material, I use that for my artwork. The material that I use now are the materials that I have been using for at least 15 years. And so now I can use the materials freely because I have accumulated 15 years of experience. And I continue to challenge myself to new materials and new methods so that I can continue to grow. Well, I did not work with a ceramics company, but actually a tile company. I collaborated with a tile company from Japan. And that's not my area of expertise. But I could collaborate with them because they actually wanted to try out to reflect my work in their products. And so I really enjoyed that type of experiment through collaboration. There's always that burden. But concerning this, well, I had children very early. I had children when I was 29 first, and I have 3 children. And so I feel like I'm growing up with my children, and they actually became the firm basis for my life. And they actually sometimes become a burden, and I sometimes feel burdened in living up to expectations, but that's a part of being an artist. I think I'm never really shaken by this. I don't know if I can apply this to everyone, but for me, I have a lot of children, and that process in itself was a great impact on my work.
네, 감사합니다.
Thank you for the answer. So we talked about many different things for a long period of time. This roundtable discussion and Q&A session was indeed lively. Now, the International Craft Forum was held under the topic of symbiosis, and listening to the questions and the answers related to this theme really allowed me to think about this theme again. You know, we're not looking at the differences to just say that they're different, but you know, we really want to appreciate the diversity that this industry has to offer. So they're not in competition with each other, but rather these diversity offer a chance for us to look deeper into them and thereby find a new path forward. That was what came into my mind as I was listening to the discussion in the afternoon. So one person who visited the Seoul Museum of Craft left a comment online, and it was about a change of generation. So as my closing comment, I would like to share what this person has written. So there is a 나전 경험 from the Goryeo dynasty at the Seoul Museum of Craft. It's actually a replica of that ancient work in collaboration with an artisan. And the comment goes like this. So I admire the modern artisans. The modern artisans created this 나전 경험, which was created thousands of years ago, and they're in a triangular relationship in which these modern artisans admire the ancient artisans. And if we just make a little bit of mistake, things will not be sustainable. The reason why this artwork was able to keep its shape for thousands of years is because of the concentration and the commitment of these artisans to make sure that everything's made the meticulous way. So many objects and things are being made and consumed and thrown away these days. And in this era, the spirit of craft has many implications for us. It's not about personal taste, but it's about the attitude that we should have in life. That's the message that craft is delivering. So we have to really be meticulous in every single step in order to produce that sustainable outcome. We need to put focus on the process rather than the outcome. That is a way for us to discover the values that are hidden in our daily lives. Some things that are genuine remain silent. Only those who can appreciate the genuine can recognize the genuine. And we need to make sure that we hone ourselves to develop the eyes to identify the genuine. So that was the end of the comment, and I believe this is a great summary of what we wanted to discuss today. It was a comment written on our Instagram account, and I wanted to share that as my closing comment. Thank you so much for your participation, everybody. I'd like to thank all the speakers and as well as Ms. Kim Jong-hwa as the moderator for taking part in this forum for such a long period of time. We will be held again in the future with more meaningful topic and more rich information. And that concludes the 2021 International Craft Forum. We'd like to thank all the participants. And at the C Hall in COEX, the 2021 Craft Trend Fair is being held. It kicked off today and it will be held until the 21st. So you can enter the craft fair until 6:30 p.m. And for those of you who have attended both online and offline, we sent to you tickets to go into that trend fair, to attend that trend fair. So please do go and check it out and try to see the various products that these craft artisans has to offer. Thank you very much for your time.